doing? Hot mic for the levels. Hot child in the city. He says I'm looking for another bounce since I'm looking so pretty. All right, let's get everything rocking and rolling. I'm going to do some little today I will be doing, of course, the same as always. The live stream with you, whatever I should say, but the levels in the morning. But I am going to start doing something for Trade the Pool twice a week. They want me to break plays down. And so I'm going to do that in just a moment. Let me get everything rocking and rolling here. All right. Let's get this up and going. Good girl, Rooster. So I'm going to turn the camera on here in just a minute as well. Break down some levels. We got a few stocks to look at too today. We got FlyX, Acon, MLTX. Been a little bit more of a spicier morning. Here recently. There we go. There we go. We'll go to the 5-minute chart here. We're going to go with the watch list as well. Put this over here. We'll go to smalls. There we go. Go to FlyX. And I'm going to go with SMX. Keep that on watch. Because they want me to break down like hot stocks to watch and why. So we'll do that in just a minute over on my Trade the Pool chart. Okay, cool. Got it. Got it. Let's go back to what else do we have on there? We'll go to MLTX as well. Sweet. All right. Here we go. Let's get into levels. All right, cool. Ready to rock and roll? I'm going to do this first and record this actually. So let's do this first and record this. I don't know how long. Let's see here again. Okay, cool. One with charts, one without, so they have me full screen. Okay, let's try this out here quickly, team. Let's try this out. There's my face. Right there. Get the hat looking good. Go Hogs. We won last night, baby. All right, and then we're going to record one with me and then one with the screen. So one with the screen will go here. Video capture device. We're going to go back to the primary monitor. And there we go. All right. FlyX in the news on it as well. All right, sweet. So let's put that right there. And we'll go to SMX first. We'll go 3 tickers to keep your eye on for the rest of this. Or 3 tickers, and I'll do FlyX, MNTS, and SMX. All right, ready? 3, 2. All right, Josh Smith here with Trade the Pool. Got 3 major tickers here for you guys to look at in the small cap sector to end off this hot week heading into the next week, which will be the first full week of our year. I know this is the first full week, isn't it? This is the first full week. Shit. All right, it's all good. 3, 2. All right. Turn that off. All right. Hey, Josh Smith here with Trade the Pool. I've got 3 hot tickers for you guys to watch in the small. Now, I've also turned into the mid-cap sector as we move into the next couple of weeks here of January. And this is one of our big daddies, the major one, SMX. Went flying up around Thanksgiving, had multiple leftover returns in December, as you can see here, as this play spiked all the way up to $500. Now, yesterday we just had this beautiful breakout yesterday and could be forming another staircase leg back on up. The key is getting back over 50. If we get over 50, watch for a spike here to 70. That's already $20, and over 70, then we're going to soak our way back up into the hundreds. This could see one more round here of firepower, so keep SMX. It just needs a few, in my opinion, extra traders more than yesterday. We need volume. We need volume to get back into this play. It doesn't take a lot of volume, as you can see, but if we have the carryover and continuation today and tomorrow, this will be huge for the next week or so, and probably seeing a huge spike out of SMX. The other multi-day runner that we've been looking at here recently, and I've absolutely in love with the chart over the last few days and getting bounce plays and more bounce plays on this ticker, is MNTS. Came out with news earlier in the week, had really good news. MNTS did. We'll go back to the news here on MNTS. The news the other day, 5 million private placement. Also coming up with development, additive manufactured fuel tank right here. Flight testing abroad. It's a orbital service vehicle. So definitely came out with some news. The AI sector has been huge over the past year plus. So MNTS is going to be on high watch as we continue to fly up here. And then the last one that's going to be on watch is going to be FlyX. So MNTS for continuation. Watch for this to move up to the $20 area. Could be even more. We've seen a lot of multi-day runners. SIDU, CETX. A lot of tickers December now into January. That's been the theme of the small cap sector. We see it run day 1 or 2 or 3. And you're probably going to see it a week or 2 later as well. So we're seeing, again, these leftover plays where we see it the first day because of the PR. And some of these plays have no PR. They just spike up with sympathy from the other plays because they get to spiking, like SMX yesterday. Well, then you'll have other plays like this morning, and let's just go straight to it. And then you have plays like FlyX that really get to going here. And FlyX is yet another ticker here. Let's put it up on the board here, FlyX. FlyX here is another one this morning that's really running really good. And I don't know why this isn't popping up on my chart here, but if we go over to FlyX, there we go. FlyX here. Go to the 3-minute time frame so we can see this, and I have no idea why FlyX now is not popping up, completely ruining this video. There she is, finally in FlyX. Beautiful move. This morning, FlyX has news. With Starlink Aviation Dealer bringing high speed and flight connectivity to its fleet and MRO client. So you had another dealing with technology. So we have a couple of technology PRs this week, one with MNTS, another one here with FlyX, speaking of fly, right? And flying, it is flying right now. So we have the staircasing pattern, which I love. This usually brings a lot of good momentum and continuation with these plays. Now, we'll say, with small cap sector, a lot of the time when you move too much in pre-market, what happens at the opening bell? You see a sell-off. And sometimes when you sell off, if you crack back below the VWAP, and some of these key staircase levels, the play just turns red for the day and cannot get off its butt to do much. A great example of that would be ALMS here just the other day, and we'll go back in time here so you can see what I'm talking about. But ALMS, too much in pre-market here, then led to a sell-off in market. So that's the one thing about FlyX we move here for the rest of this morning. Does FlyX hold up these gains? And I would like FlyX not to go up anymore. If FlyX could stop going up and stop bull flagging up here, this would be a great opening bell throughout the market session day. Now, again, for continuation of the next couple of days, FlyX here is going to be on high watch like an MNTS and SMX and these multi-day runners we've been having. All right, boom. There's that. There's this. Let me do this real quickly. Let me do zoom out. That. Let me get this over and uploaded to the drive. Tell Gil I just uploaded one. Let me know what you think. Oh, I got to do one with just my face. Shit. Let me make myself big. What I'll do is, well, when I do this, I'm going to put Trade the Pool in the background. All right, there we go. Boy, I don't. All right, ready? All right, 3, 2. All right, Josh Smith here with Trade the Pool. Again, reiterating big time tickers, big movers here in the small cap sector over the next few days and the next week. SMX, huge multi-day runner. We've had leftovers as first spike the Wednesday before Thanksgiving and continue to spike, having moves all the way up to $500. Yesterday saw about a $20, $30 spike as it popped up from 20, a little over 40. So that's going to be on high watch SMX. Another one, multi-day runner, is the theme we've had here in the small cap sector, November into December, where we have, again, like SMX, where it pops up once and we see it pop up 2, 3, 4, sometimes 5, 6 times as it continues to run. Your latest runner would be MNTS. MNTS, great news earlier this week with AI. That's been a big sector over the past year plus. Of course, the world we live in now, that is a huge world and sector that we have to pay attention to. So MNTS, watch for that to continue to squeeze up to the $20 mark. And lastly, the new play of the week is FlyX. Just came out again with some partnership dealing with drones and AI as well. So keep FLYX on watch. This is going to be what we've seen. Could be the new multi-day runner, and today's the first day of the run. So you're investing into a ticker early on and getting that low dip buy, bargain price, so to speak, before this play continues to run and ends up at 15 into 20, just like MNTS did. Okay, we're going to start with that with them and see how they like it. I'm going to go back to being Little Josh. Littlefoot. All right, boom. And boom. And boom. And file upload. And let me upload that little booger. Let's go to bop, beep, bop. No, bop, bop, beep. Copy link. Boop, boop, bop, beep, boom. All right, cool. All right, good morning, team. How are we doing? It is, no, it's need to do. Oh, cool. Let's go here. All right, anyway. All right, what's up? Good morning, team. Good morning. It is Mr. Josh Smith here, AK-47 with some levels. Do have a couple of new trades, couple of new tickers out today so far. that we weren't looking at yesterday. So we do have IMG, but those after-hour runners really haven't been doing so much. That was one of the ones in after hours yesterday. Of course, we have MNTS still continuing up in after hours and pre-market. But the new plays, FlyX, ASPC, MLTX. Acon is usually a great short. It's already cracking back on down. So right now, really no one has the mob. I'd say if anyone does, it's FlyX. Let's get to the levels. All right, over to FlyX today, team. We have support right around 630, which is old resistance equals new support. Under 630 area, which into the 620s. Watch for a crack down to around 570. Old support area there at 570 into around 560. Now, if we crack that, the only thing I can see holding us up is 525 before we fall flat face down even further. On the way up, strong resistance is right around $7, 690 into $7. Now, if we get over 690 into 7, got to go back in time here and try to find some levels. I do see a nasty upper shadow at 690 back in September. Now, over 690, which is the 52-week high, we got to go back further in time and try to do some due diligence to see where it's going to go. And there's an upper shadow on the weekly there at 720. Now, over 720, that's where I think this can really start to fly and make a move up to 850 to that 875 roll. Over that, watch for a pop-up to around 950 area, and then this could run to right around 10. There are your levels for FlyX. And I don't want this to, and to be honest, you don't want this to go up more. As we talked about ALMS, ALMS the other day, was it Monday, ran Tuesday, whatever day it was, ran way too much in pre-market into the opening bell. Well, if that's the case, it's not going to run much in market. So we want this play to level out, sit out to the right, and not spike anymore. All right, let's go over to, I don't remember who the number 2 top gainer was, but we'll just kind of do an order like I did yesterday. ASPC popped up and now really tied into a wedge, really low volume and kind of choppier. On the way up, strong resistance is going to be at 2450. We have it currently right around 2235. Over that, again, to 2450 and over 2450, watch for a spike to 26 and then to 27. Over 27 in pre-market high, we have seen ASPC pop up here recently. This is a multi-day kind of runner. Watch for a move up to 30. Over 30, we run to 3250 to 3350. Over that, watch for a spike up. Strong resistance comes in right around 37 to around 38 for ASPC. Now, on the way back on down, there's really no good support. The best one, though, is right around 2050. Continuing here, MLTX, nice spike up today this morning from around 11 to 1750. Crack back on down to around 14, now spiking up again. These are the plays that usually can run a little bit better in market. They've kind of leveled off and kind of have a second and third run. Down below, I see support at 1470 and then again at 1410. 1410 is the better area. Under that, watch for a crack down to around 1365 and then down below that to 1320. On the way up, major resistance comes in at the 1620. 1620 to around 1630. Over that, watch for a spike up to pre-market high in 1750. Now over 1750 in pre-market high, this is a play that has a huge gap to fill, and there's no charting, in my opinion, once we break that area. You know, if we break it, we have room to run up to 32 today is what it shows. I don't think it gets there. But my deviation channel on the daily could get it up to around 20. There are levels for MLTX. What's up, Elise? How we doing there? I see you over in the chat. Not very slow morning. I know you guys are wallflowering. I say we're slower, but right now, like usual, into the opening bell, we're going, who's it going to be? We had one the other day with Alms where we had that kind of run into the opening bell. Most days it's this. It's very lackluster. We're going, who's going to take the mile? We don't really know. All right, over to Acon, AACON. Resistance on the way back up starts at 810 and goes in around 830. Over that, watch for a spike up to 875. Over that, then we have 935 resistance area. Over 935, watch for a spike up to 960. Over 960, watch for a pop-up, which this did pop up back in September at around 1040. Over 1040, this can run up into the 12s. Now, again, it's got to get off its ass because it's all the way coming back down to the support area at 750, 760s. If it cracks that, watch for a move down to 710 area. Former runner here, you got to keep on watch is MNTS. 100% got to keep MNTS on watch. Support's trying to hold up at a line I have from yesterday. It's bouncing a little bit above it, but right at 1450 to 1430 support. If it cracks that, watch for a move down to 1340. And under that, we know if you were in my live lobby yesterday, we killed the 1290 bounce play. I got out of it, unfortunately, before it squeezed all the way up to high of day, but that was the last low dip yesterday at 1290 there in the early morning of the day at around 2 hours after the opening bell or so. On the way up, resistance strong at around 1560 to around 1585. Over 1585, of course, yesterday's high of day area. Watch for that spike in after hours that we had at 1690. And this could end up starting to be the end of the run. This is a multi-day runner. I say the end of the run, but where we level out and move sideways and more flat, maybe even have a red day. On the way up, if we do get over that 1690 mark 17, watch for a move up today close to around 1875. We'll start with 18 and then watch for the move to 1875. Could even see 20 if it has a big day today. Other new play is NEOG, N-E-O-G. It's popping up, pretty nice move. It is at levels we haven't seen in a while. You know, we have to go all the way back into last spring to find levels. So on the way up today, next resistance area I see is really going to be strong at 1040. 1040 into around 1060. So watch for that spike up. Over that, it can run to 1130, and then over that close to around 12. So keep NEOG on watch. Got to go over SMX after that run it made yesterday for 100%. Good move yesterday from SMX from 18 all the way up to 40. So essentially over a $20 move. Strong line of support right at around 30.50. Under 30.50, watch for the crack down to around 28 after hours lows. Under 28, watch for the move down to 26.80. Under 26.80, it probably just dumps and fades off back down to around 24 area, maybe even lower. On the way up, strong resistance is at 20 or 35. Over 35, watch for a pop up to around 36.50. And that was that key make or break for me yesterday to continue up, and it never got back over it. Over 36.50, we run to pre-market high at 38.75, and then over that to 40.50. Now, if it gets over 40.50 today, watch for the move up to 50 for SMX. I doubt it has another crazy strong day today, in my opinion. A lot of the time when you see these multi-day runners and we get to this level we're at now where it's, we've seen this 50 times, it seems like, over the last month and a half. Since the Wednesday before Thanksgiving when this first popped. We've seen it so many times, right? So when it gets to that point of we've seen it a ton, when it does this random pop like it does yesterday out of nowhere, that second day is a little lackluster. So just pay attention to that. All right. All right. Let's get the large cap plays now. Getting the pullback, the best bounce plays at 570 in my opinion. And that's it for small caps. I'll try to give you that recap before the opening bell, but that's pretty much where we're at right now. The best play is FlyX in my opinion. It's trying to bounce off old resistance, new support right around 6. Under 6, the best bounce play is at 570. 570 and around 550 would be the best bounce play for FlyX. I'm sitting back and waiting for the opening bell as I have been here recently. Just sitting back and waiting. We've seen that in the live stream where I just sit back and wait. Yesterday I got 2 awesome bounce plays, and the days before it just was one, but one great bounce play. And the first one, Monday was like 30 minutes after the opening bell. Tuesday was about 20 minutes after the opening bell. Wednesday was about 10 minutes after the opening bell. And then yesterday we got 2 bounce plays within about an hour after the opening bell. So just sit back and have patience. I'm going to do that today. What I would love the most is FlyX to fly up and go to around 775. 750 to 775, maybe even a tad higher, and then using this old resistance plateau at 7, the high of day in pre-market, as a dip buy. All right, let's get into some large cap plays now. Of course, we'll start off with the SPY here, moving into, to me, maybe another chop channel. You know, where we still are slowly grinding our way up. As we talked about here on the live stream, and of course you guys in the morning alerts, we are on the higher low pattern still, but I think we could still get some more consolidation, and we're just still not getting that full push and surge to 700. On the way up today, resistance is at 689.20. Over 689.20, watch for move to 689.60. Over that, we go to 690.25. Over 690.25, watch for a pop up to 690.70, 690.80. That'll be your normal high of day. No, I gotta go higher than that. Over 690.70.80 area, watch for a pop up to 691.60, the high from the last Friday, or no, not the last Friday, the Friday after Christmas, the 26th, 691.60, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes then to 692.20, the high from Tuesday. And I'm going to split the difference between 692.20 and yesterday's high of 693. We'll call it 694. I was going to say 693.96. We'll call it 694. So splitting the difference there puts it somewhere right around 693. 693 ultimate high of day. On the way down, 687.90 support. Under that, watch for a crack down to 687. 687 normal low of day. Ultimate low of day under 687. Watch for a crack down to 686. Could go a hair below it. And I'm going to stick with these $3 levels for now until the SPY finally starts moving. If it does again, the $5, $6, $7 days, which really lately it's just been a $3, $4 ticker mover. All right, sweet. Let's get to the rest of these large caps. Large caps, don't you know what I'm saying? Apple, AMD, BABA, B, Google, Meta, NVIDIA, PLCR, QQQ, Tesla. Did B have earnings? When's earnings on B? Not today. I don't see any news on it either. Jeez. I don't see any news on it. I know we have earnings reports coming out, but man. All right, over to large caps. And Apple yesterday, absolutely gross. But here we go. At the end of the day and after hours, we cracked down. Though I say it wasn't power hour. Power hour, we sell off. Finally get the crack on the day and go down, a good $1.50. And then from there, we continue all the way down for more. It's like, why do we get this move? And again, I just guess it's traders across the globe trading more so. But I'm like, why are American traders building a better chart? What are we doing? What are American traders doing? What are these people overseas doing and having this great continuation and dump as we go all the way down to 650, 675? Well, again, we're in an area we haven't been in for a while to 250, 675. So we're at 250, 675. And you have to go back into September when we were all up in this area. And we're right into some major support that I talked about yesterday for my ultimate low of day, if I'm not mistaken, in this 257 area. I'm going to stick with that and say we have a really tight day and say 257 is going to be your normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 255.35. On the way up, resistance is at 258.20. Over that, watch for a spike to 259 area. 259 normal high of day. Ultimate high of day then takes it back up to 259.20. We'll call 259.20 to 259 normal high of day. Ultimate high of day takes it back up to 259.75. And then above that to 260.35. Ultimate high of day there. Hold on a sec, team. Spicy in here. AMD again, ugly sauce. Had that pull back a little bit more yesterday, but now it's spiking back up. It's just been an ugly intraday chart to trade. I'm just saying, leave AMD alone. I gave you Apple, which could be choppy and ugly. I don't want to give two choppy and ugly plays in a row. Well, BABA yet again on watch here for this crack back under 170 or 145.70, 145 area. Just go back to what we spike up last Friday when I wasn't paying attention, right? And through to Sunday and Monday, and I come back into chat and I'm like, wow, okay, well, and I start giving some BABA levels, and we just sail right back on down. So watch this key today. Key for BABA under 145.70. And then you have that after hours low at 145. If it cracks that, this has some room to run down. Hasn't been in this area for a while, and the last time it was in this area, it wasn't in it long. But back in late August, I should say, into early September, it wasn't in this area for very long. So there could be a good crack coming in at any point. And then watch for a move down to 142.50, potentially even down to the 141.30 area, all the way then down to 140. So BABA to me is on high watch for that crack that I've been talking about under 145 for a long, long time. Not seeing any news on B, but B just went exploding up today. I thought maybe it had earnings report or something. I'm not seeing anything down on TOS for what the reason for this huge spike is, but we've gone up from 107 all the way up to 126 on the dot. Now, that's not a good thing for intraday trading, most likely, and trading for the day, as it's going to get stuck in this range. That I don't see any PR, especially. 126 will be my normal high of day, ultimate high of day. Watch for a move back up to 130. On the way down, not a lot of chart being built up this morning. I would say your best support's back down around 116.30 to 115.30. So there's a good corridor with 115.30 being better. Under that, watch for a crack back down to 111. And actually, let me give you levels there, obviously. We'll go 116.50, normal low of day. Actually, no, normal low of day is that bounce that I talked about. 115.20. 115.20, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 111.15. In between that, we have support at 120. Google, good climb up today too as well here. Nice good move from Google today on the way up. Again, nothing I see here on the news on Google from today and yesterday, but finally Google busting out of that ugly sideways consolidation it had. And if I'm not mistaken, we're finally moving our way back up. Yeah, this morning where we're at right now is actually all-time high area. All-time high area. 628.65 was all-time high in market. Three, my bad team. The 334.50 is after hours high back in, or actually pre-market high on Tuesday, the 25th of November. So on the way up today, we're going to have 331 resistance. I'm going to go with 331 normal high of day. Ultimate high of day that goes to 332.50, and over that to 334.50 for your ultimate high of day. Big move there from Google so far here the last couple of days. On the way down, support's going to be at yesterday's high of day at 326.50. That's your normal low of day. Ultimate low of day goes to 325.50. Below 325.50, watch for a crack down to 324. 324 to 323.60, ultimate low of day. Let's go. Way too much movement this morning. Ooh, Meta. Meta, I will say this is on then high. Watch for that crack back on down. Now, again, this will start to get in some area that we were just in below, which is the 640 to 630, we'll call it 639 range. So it's not in super crack mode yet, but we are at support that we've been in here recently. So watch under pre-market low for the move down today to 643.50, the low from, what was that, last Friday? Under 643.50, which will be my normal low of day. Watch for a crack back down to 639 to 638.75 roll. That's where, when we crack that, could really start to get nasty and dumpy. On the way up today, resistance at 647.50. 647.50 to around 648. Over 647.50 to 648 corridor, we go to 649.50. 649.50 normal high of day. Ultimate high of day over 649.50, we go back into 652. Miss anything yet? No, haven't missed a darn thing. Okay. MLTX, though, is ramping up. I'm telling you, MLTX may be the one for the day. NVDA, like usual here recently, you know your levels. Go back and listen to yesterday, any of the days before. 186, that's your level. That's when we can start worrying about getting a day trade in once it cracks that. Or over 192, 193. It's going to stay stuck in this sideways, ugly, choppy channel. The only thing I'd say to do, which we've seen here recently, look for shorts around 192 and to 193.50. And then looking for bounce plays around 186 to 186.50. PLTR looks a great bounce play off that 182 mark. That's going to be some great 181.50. I have a line in there. And then the resistance up top over 187.25, yesterday's high of day, is going to be key. And do we stay in this channel and chop in between it? That to me will be key. And so I'm going to say 187.20. Yesterday's high of day, 187.30 is your normal high. Ultimate high of day over that, watch for a spike up to 189. Over 189, watch for a move up to around 190, 150 for your ultimate high of day. And it'll be a bigger day there as we had yesterday if we get over, especially a 187, 20, 30, yesterday's high, and then 189. That'll be huge. On the way down for support, I see 184 support. Under 184, like I talked about, 182 to 181.50. That'll be your normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then takes it back down to 178.75. Could see a little bounce at 180. And under 180, we go to that 178.75 area. Q's, of course, going to be a lot like the SPY here, and it's just kind of a choppier way up, and still just not getting that push to all-time high. 624.20 resistance. Over that, watch for a spike to 624.60. Over 624.60, we pop our ways up, way up to 624.50. Or 625.50. 625.50. 625.50. Is that your normal high of day? No. Yes. 625.50 normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes back up then to 626.30. Over that to 627.50. 627.50 to 628. Yesterday's high of day. Ultimate highs. On the way down, support at 621.85 to 621.50. 60 area. If we crack that, we definitely go down to pre-market lows in 620.35. That'll be your normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then takes it down to 619.30 to around 618.75 for your ultimate low of day. If it cracks 618.75, that's where we'll start to get some more pullback. I just think like the SPY, it's going to stay chopped in a sideways channel. Again, going back to like PLTR, same sort of setup for it as well. And lastly, to Tesla. On the way down today, Tesla looks good actually here for more continuation. So the next line of support that I have in is right around 623.30. Yesterday, Tesla stayed very tight. I talked about that after a big day Tuesday. Probably wouldn't be as big yesterday, and it was not. Today, though, could be another good-sized day. So watch for continuation on down to 623.50. Under 623.50 for Tesla, we're going back to the Chopville area, which I don't like. But under 23.50... we'll call it under 23 to 20. I guess that line's right at 423. 423. That'll be your normal low of day. Ultimate low of day below 423, we go down to 417. 417, ultimate low of day. Now, on the way back on up, resistance is going to come into play right at the low from Tuesday, and we had support there this morning at 628.75. If we break that, watch for a pop to 630.15. Under 630.15, watch for a spike up to 631.25, normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day then goes up to 632.50. You can see we got a lot of increments here on the way up. And over 632.50, we go up to 635 area for your ultimate high of day. All right, any stocks you guys want to go over? I have broken them all down. Let's go to what to trade at the bell for large caps. All right, for large caps, what to trade at the bell. Tesla would be your main one, in my opinion, for that crack back on down under pre-market low. We'll call it 426.75, 427 area. That would be your main one. That would be your main watch for me. The only one I like a lot at the bell. Not a big fan of the SPY, of course, or the Qs here. Really just at the bell. There's really nothing I like there. It's too tight. Same with PLTR. Remember, Meta might, excuse me. Meta would be your other one. Meta would be your other possibility for a short under 643. I like that as well. You're going to keep your eye on B and Google with those plays spiking up today. B, I finally got it on the Discord, but I'm not seeing it on Yahoo Finance, FinViz, anywhere. But I guess Bloom Energy signs a $2.65 billion deal for fuel cells. I don't see that anywhere else, but that was shared from TradingView. I don't know why it's not on other outlets. I don't know how big that's going to be for continuation. But B and Google would then be on watch for you guys. Of course, even Apple. Apple, it didn't give it to you yesterday, but under 56.75. Watch for that to give you a good $2, $3 short. There's no real charting for the past few months there. You got to go all the way back into September to find that charting. Of course, going back through then the list, though, Tesla is my favorite for that continuation and crackdown. Now, maybe it spikes up. If it spikes up and goes through 431.50, I would be careful taking that short, honestly. We want to see the crack right out of the gate. That's what you'd want to see, kind of like we saw on Tuesday, like we saw on last Friday. Back to small caps at the bell here. Who nailed the bounce play? I called it. 570 to 550 was your bounce opportunity. Did anyone take the FlyX bounce play? FlyX absolutely killed the bounce play right now. Nailed it. 570 dip was money. So that's right now, your best trade is FlyX. Do not be surprised, though, if Acon comes back on around. It's bouncing off an area I gave as well, the 750 mark. It's holding that as well. So 750 is holding for another bounce. So that's up around, almost 50, 60, 70 cents from its bounce play. We got FlyX now up from its bounce play about the same amount. The other one to keep your eye on is going to be MLTX at the bell. Does it continue to move up? It doesn't have a lot of charting over 1740 and pre-market high. So those three are going to be on high watch. Back burner plays are going to be SMX, ASPC, and MNTS. So those will be your back burner plays for later in the morning. After the opening bell rings, look for SMX, MNTS, ASPC to make a move. At the bell is going to be FlyX and Acon and MLTX. Now, that doesn't mean that those guys can't move later in the day, but there could be a mob shift where we move from the new movers, FlyX, MLTX, Acon, and then move back to some previous runners like ASPC, SMX, and MNTS. Boom, boom, boom. No FlyX. Take your profit here. Profit taking is at 615. Into around 630 if you went long at 570. Over that, watch for move up into 685 into 7. FlyX money bounce play. I hope you guys got it. This is exactly why I'm trading bounce plays. Veda, what do you think has more potential in market, FlyX or Acon? FlyX for sure. FlyX. Acon almost always gives back its gain. So every time I've looked at ACO win, I call it Acon and Young Cheesy, right? It almost always gives its gains back. So that doesn't mean it can't have more potential here, in market though. Honestly, at least at the bell and get a spike, possibly, But I would say overall, longevity wise, if I had to go, I'm just basing that off of SMX or SMX. Acon has never held its gains. SMX. Acon has just really hardly ever held its gains. You go back in time here and look at it too as well in the 1 year, 1 day. You can see it's been reverse split to hell. And anytime this play has ever popped up before, it just never holds its gains. Like, you see it, especially days it gaps up. And then, of course, you try to find these reverse split days. And this has already been reverse split this year, as you can see. Going back into this time last year, look at this nasty, just giving gains back. And that's, of course, after reverse splits. I'm sitting back and waiting. The only trade, and I alerted to you guys, and I told you, Broseph, Veda, where's King Lion, where is Myron in chat? I called it out. I said 570 was your dip buy. 570 was your dip buy on FlyX. Absolutely money. MLTX is cracking back on down till MLTX is cracking back on down. If you got filled at 570, again, like I said, out of the gate, here you go. You had one dip, a quick one right there. If I took this dip buy right there, if I put orders in and say, hey, let's see if we get another pull back down to 570 before the bell, right now I would be out 3/4. I would be out 3/4 being so happy we just got 40, 50 cents right out of the gate. And then if we then boom. Oh, fuck, gosh, bless. There we go. It's about to halt. Almost hit. It was hitting the LULD. Hitting the LULD. MNTS is getting a crack back right now, team. MNTS is getting a good sell-off right there at the opening bell. Finally, what day is MNTS going to sell off? And it looks like today, at least out of the gate there, getting a little sympathy play. Coming down to that 1340 mark. It's actually bouncing on a line that I have in MNTS here. MNTS, beautiful bounce play. Let's see how long this holds up there at that 1340 mark. Already a 35-cent bounce. I wouldn't mind 1280. If this came down to 1280 again, 1290 from yesterday, I would take that bounce play just because of how much that held from yesterday. So I will keep MNTS on watch. FlyX, absolutely money sauce right there. God, that hurts the heart. God. Almost salted up. Yeah, that was it. Called it. There's another dollar dip buy. Called it out for you guys on the Morning Alerts live stream. There it is. I'm going to take my quick little break, get my brain right. I'll be right back in here. Hold on, I'll be right back. That shit hit 570 again. Who got filled? I would have put orders back down there. I just didn't. I thought it was going to go for more. Who got filled? God. That is now 3 dip buys at the 570 area that I talked about. The last 2 I know are a little bit higher. Absolutely perfect. This is just like yesterday with MNTS. And MNTS is actually bouncing right off a line I have in yesterday at 1340, going all the way back up to 1430 right now. So that right there is getting about a 90-cent bounce. And here we go back up to new high of day area, and it's about to halt up. It's FlyX, baby, and I called this out, the perfect fucking dip buy at 570. Who wants to be a dip buy master? You come on over and sign up, and I'll teach you how. Damn it. I had mine at 550. That's all good. Hey, there we go again. And here we go again. I mean, just money. Absolutely money. I wish I would have gotten it. Hold on a second. I got to respond back to Gil. Hold on a sec. All right. I'm glad I did this because I need to reach out to someone about rescheduling one-on-one for Monday of next week because I luckily finally changed it, but a while ago I used to have one-on-ones. If you remember, you could book them at the opening bell, but that was back when I was with Tradecaster. Good job, though, Broseph, and of course, other cousin, Daza. Good job. Daza, no, I'd be careful with the halt strategy here. What you want to see, though, we will get a play there, would be if we can squeeze over 680 and go up. This is exactly what I talked about. In the morning alerts, what I wish to see, other than a 570 bounce, which you guys already got, I really wish I had this. This really hurts because this is exactly the bounce plays I love to be a part of. You know, whether it was this one and we're straight up or especially coming back down, this is the real key one I like because I know it happened here. So when we come up, if we come back down, this is going to be it. And then you race into a halt up. I want to see this fly up to like 750, 775, you know, somewhere close to 8. And then I'm going to come to around 675, 680 area into 7 with orders for a dip buy. So this area right through here will become, you know, will be supply. It will essentially become supply equals demand, right? So this will be supplied. It's supply now, but this supply will turn into demand. You know, old resistance will turn into new support. And that's what we'll be looking for right there. Oh, wow. Okay, bro. So if that's weird, it usually has a countdown for when it opens again. Well, I know we halted up at 39.56. So 39.56, all we have to do is add 5 to it. So 41.56. And oh my gosh, this was the play. MNTS yet again here. Look at MNTS right off of my line team. Right off of 1340. Look at the bounce plays. Look how beautiful the bounce plays are. We do have SMX trying to get a little bit of a spike. So SMX starting to get a little bit of a spike right here. You got that though, Daza, Hamilton. I know you're on both. You go from the Discord to the live stream. Just make sure I don't have to type it. Yeah. So yeah, no, I would not. I don't know because that's the other thing too. Now I was going to ask traders where are we opening up at. If we don't know where we're going to open up at, that's why I was always so good at the halt strategy because I knew we were going to gap up. I had to level 2 it show we were going to gap up 30, 40, 50 cents. I was like, yep, we're going to put orders in around, because then I knew if we were going to gap up to 750. Then I'm like, yeah, we're going to surround this, especially this play, because of where all this resistance is at, is right here. But I don't know that. I can't see that now. I can't see the level 2. And so I have to wait to see if we gap up. And I would rather I didn't want it to halt up, but I want this to move to 750, 775, consolidate for a little bit, kind of like what we do here. Move up, consolidate, then we get a pullback. Now, this is a little bit slower pullback, but we've had these and we've gotten them before. All right, so we've opened up. Are we running right into another halt up? No, we're not. I'm just going to get in here, team. I'm just getting in. Let me see if I can get in here. Let's see if this just doesn't continue to rip. And I'm going to put orders in once this goes live at 675 into 7. At 675 into 7. At 675 into 7. Once this goes live. 570 bounce play. All the way now up to 744 and halted up again. That's a banker right there. That has turned into a 2-run home run. This might turn into a grand slam if this moves up to the 875 rule. Holy bon tong gadongadola moles there now. So I can't put them in right now, but I have 687 with a limit order. So as soon as this goes live, I'm clicking buy at 687 for limit order. Just letting you guys know, as soon as we go live. Yeah, Neo G is running 2 again. So we got Neo G was running up a little bit. So good alert there for Bothy. Neo G was running up there, getting a little bit of a spike today. So I'm keeping Neo G on watch. Neo G definitely on watch there. All right, let's see if we get that pullback into support out of the gate, or do we race right into another halt up? I hope we get a dip buy. The halt time is 45.11. 45.11 there, King Lion. 45.11. 45.11 is the halt time up, so the resumption time would be 50.11. 50.11. $50.11 for the resumption time. Okay, cool. It didn't show on the site for some reason. Thanks, boss. Let's go. Yeah, yep. All right, so we got, let's pull this back down over here, and we're going to go Akon, like I talked about, the Veda. It's just one of those plays that just doesn't really do much. Nog, not Nog, but Neo G. A little bit of a spike up there. Nothing too crazy, in my opinion, from Neo G, but it's got a little bit of a spike, so we'll put that over there as Akon is starting to settle down a little bit. Got a little bit of a pop there from Akon. Nothing major. MNTS still on watch for me. MNTS is still on watch for me. MLTX also is on watch for me. So I'm watching MLTX over here. Got a good bounce down low. Nothing that it was that predicted area like around 1410. It went a little bit lower into around 1370s. So it did dip a lower than I would anticipate, but still getting a good dip by there for MLTX. So getting good bounce plays across the board. Even this W shape was nice. This kind of reminds you of Fly X in a way. Although this W is really elongated. But you can see come down, up, and then down to that same area again. You soak into this demand area for that, that repeat area. There's a lot of people that come into this, you can see, that start to buy this back on up for the move up. It's exactly what happened right here. You come down red, you put your orders in, and then traders let this fly and rip. 50.11 is the resumption time if it's a 5-minute resumption. Yeah, it's a mover, though. It's, again, one of those things that it might affect you a little bit if you're a trade the pool trader. Again, volume 2 is going to be a key here. Then they have the spread because it is lower volume. So those are the 3 things you have to work with: is the volume, so how many shares you can get, your profit taking, the 10 cents, which you should be able to get 10 cents. With that lower volume, then you have a spread. It just is what it is. So you have to pay attention to the spread too, both of you. So pay attention when you know you have. I just know it from looking at the chart. I can just see that chart and know that that's lower volume. Just by the candles, why the way they're forming, and then I have to get it into a 3-minute time frame to really kind of clean that up. So know that when you have that lower volume play, I'm going to guesstimate that all of those shares are, or all those candles are like 50K, 1-minute time frame. Let's go to it. I'm going to guess 50K. Nope, they're higher. They're a little higher. They're a little higher. A little higher. So I'm right there. That was 50K. You know, I was kind of right. That one's 50K. That one's 50K. All right, let's see if we get a 5-minute resumption. 50.11. It would be 50.11 if we do. Oh, 10-minute halt. This could be good for a pullback. This could be good. Although I really wanted a 5-minute resumption, just to be honest. I get a little worried there now. I get a little worried, might go a little lighter. I wanted a 5-minute resumption because traders get real excited when it's a 5-minute resumption to jump right back into this trade. Other cousin still in at 590. Good job, other cousin. Take the profit as soon as this goes live. Have the shares ready to get out. Whatever, to me, I like to go to where I can get out, whatever it is. So if you're in 500 shares, get 250 and 250. If you're in 1,000 shares, get 500 ready. So you can go up 500, 500. So as soon as it goes live, you take half. You're out half. Especially if you haven't gotten out any. Now, if you've gotten out some, then you're good to go, But if you haven't gotten out any, you're still good. I would just say take half. A 10-minute resumption will be 55.11. 55.11 for FlyX. I'm still going to put orders in at the 687 mark as fast as I can. I'm going to try to put more orders in down there unless it just somehow shoots back down that way. Good dip buy at 570 if you took it, 570 area. No, it didn't get that far down into the middle portion, which was right about 560, but we can see why we're holding what we were holding there. These dip buys, people were just getting a little too excited. Hold on a sec, team. My daughter is attached to my hip. She's like, I gotta get in with you, Dad. I can hear, and that's where some days, if you've seen me in the past, where I'm like, hold on, I think it's her. And some days I don't think she stays out there long enough for me to. She was out on the couch, like sitting there, like, huh, Margot, Maxine, Margot, cool. I know you want my dad. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's a Margot. Lay down. Y'all are good. Stop. Lay down. Margo, lay down. All right, lay down. Boo-boo. Lay down, boo-boo. All right, 55.11. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yep. Both of you good. King Line, we good? Any questions you guys have? Anything at all? Let me know. MNTS is dying out. I don't know that I'd trade that anymore here. Possibly at that 1280 mark. Great bounce play to start the day after that sell-off. So it had a good hangover play with the sell-off back down. Bounced right in an area that I had a lot, from yesterday where we got in at that 1340.60 mark. Still watching MLTX here. Still watching MLTX. Main play right now. Here's the good thing. Nothing else is moving. Nothing else is really moving in the small cap sector, really, for the most part. So that gives FlyX some ample opportunity to fly. I know it's a 10-minute halt, but there's still going to be, and that's where I think we get this pullback for sure now and pop back on up. We got it's going to be quick. It's going to be a super fast one in my opinion. 55.11 dip, but yes, yep, get rich together. Looking for a dip buy. I've already alerted this dip buy right here and told everyone at 570. If you're not in yet, the next dip buy out of the halt here is going to come back down around 670 into 7. Somewhere in this area right through here. Right through there. All right, less than a minute here. What do we got from SMX? I told you today, though, I had a feeling SMX today just wasn't going to give you the move. You get that move out of nowhere like we got yesterday where it kind of pops out of nowhere and you weren't expecting it. There goes a little pullback out of the gate for Tesla. Again, just not really trading at the opening bell. Just don't like a lot of what I said. Did anything move crazy today at the opening bell for large caps? Let's see here, just going through. Woo, Baba did. Baba had a huge move. Bay didn't figure it would. Google had a move. Baba, holy Baba, good guy. Blue woke back up. Yeah, that can happen too. You know, those previous runners going back to them 100%. You're going to see that so much. Like we've already seen it. You know, and that's why it's almost like trying to anticipate the next runner if you can. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. No, did not get filled there, unfortunately. Oh, did not get filled there. I did go in right before it halted. What the heck? Oh, my bad, market. There we go. All right, so I did get in before it halted up. I got in 500 shares. I couldn't get out fast enough there. Here we go. Now we're up a little bit more there. Now we're up a little bit more. I'm scaling out a little bit as this pops back on up because that upper shadow is going to scare some traders off for sure. So I'm trying to get out of this as best I can up top here. See if we can get back over 8. I think I'm just going to take this here. Yeah, I'm just going to take it. Okay, I'm out of it. I did get some exits around the 780s, but not much there. I made $120. I was up right out of the gate, $500, right as it opened up and popped up. I was, of course, I see the P&L at the very bottom there on the scalper tool. I still like this here, so now we're going to come back down and go limit orders and put limit orders in down below at that 680 mark. 687, 697, 701. 707. Hope you got it. Beautiful money made right there. Beautiful. $3 dip buy from 570 up to 8. There's your 875 roll as I alerted. Now this play is going to chop around a little bit here. Watch for a pullback here down to around 680 area, 680 to 7. For a dip buy as well. We're about to halt down right now, actually. Oh, man. To leave or to not to leave those orders in because they are in before it's halted. So now that it's halted, I can't get them again. I can cancel them if I wanted to, but I can't re-enter them. What's Glue doing? Glue woke back up. There goes MNTS down for more. Volume starting to really go away from it. Yeah, Glue. That's a little small pop. It was the dip buy of the day. Other cousin. Where's Other Cousin at? Other Cousin's got to be banking. Other Cousin, how much you make, buddy? Yeah, T-Web. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. I know what you mean, T-Web. I 100% know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah, I didn't mind the halt. The halt and then the halt up again. That 10-minute halt and then the gap. That if we would have had a 5-minute halt, it would have been a much better, cleaner play in my opinion. That 10-minute halt, it gapped up, immediately went to 8.7. Imagine traders that went long and they're like, as they would say, stuck in this play. Jeez. Only that's okay though. Hey, 100 shares is still a good move there. Still a good move there. Still a good move. Still a good move. Okay. I can move them around though, right? Oh, I can't move them. I can only cancel them. Shit. All right, I'm canceling the top orders, team. You can't move them around, unfortunately. I'm going to leave my order in at 687. And as soon as this goes live, I feel we're going to get a bounce play somewhere right around the 640 to 650 mark. That or you go back down to 575, 580 again and just say, hey, just if it gets back down there, I know it's going to get another bounce off of it. Oh. Oh, man. What to do here, team? We halted down at 57.14. 57.14 is the halt time. Does anyone have a resumption price? Does anyone have a resumption price? See Ted Akon, U-shaping double top. Akon. Oh, okay. Trying to get a little sympathy. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big trader of shorting the tops, but you have to be careful with that halt up. It's the only thing I would say, Ted. That's the only thing I would say. If you want to trade this, that magical 20 area, we have the, of course, the double top potential. Upper VWAP band really hasn't moved up, right? I would say go smaller. Definitely challenge it, but just go smaller. All right. Well, I'm watching it, though. Play for me is Fly X. The play for me is Fly X. The play for me for sure is Fly X. And I'm trying to think, do I want to go... I really just want to go down here again. I think that's where I'm going to reload at. I'm a little worried about this area being so close to where we halt. If we would have halted down like here in the 750 mark, somewhere in here, I would feel much better about it. We're just so close to it. The bounce for me, I really feel we could start bouncing here, though, is my point. Somewhere around 640 into 625. So I'm going to see where this opens up at, and then I'm going to start putting orders in. Of course, what you can do on Trade the Pool is you can start... See, there's that 650 area, so I couldn't put orders in right there. I was all fucking over it, though. 650 was it. It's immediately moving back up off that 650 area, which is nice. Let's see how... I'm just going to see how it works here. I would be up in profit if I would have left the levels in. The 687 was the only one I was going to leave in. It was 250 shares, so it wouldn't have been much, and I wouldn't be up much. 650 to 635, I felt was where this was going to kind of instantaneously soak to. In my opinion, you're coming back down here to 575, though. This seems to be the better area, in my opinion. So I'm going to start putting orders in around 587 to 567. Don't halt down again. What are they doing to us? Boy, MNTS is really selling off today. Just kind of going through tickers on my right-hand side over here. MNTS really selling off. Acon, still waiting for this to go live, halted up at 59.04. Should resume right now. And we are live with the gap down. Live with a little bit of a gap down. Woo! NVDA with the dump today. So NVDA, nice good move today overall. So NVDA, good move today. Just completely getting annihilated to the south side. So that one's good play today. Getting some pullback here from AMD as well. Is SPY just going red? Are we just red today? Nope, SPY is dead ass to the right. A lot of red across the board, though. A lot of red across the board. AMD, Apple, Google. A lot of red today. All right. Haltfest, too risky for me. Yeah, I'm going to trust this level is going to see a bounce play, whether it's just like immediate one out of the gate. I'm going to go small, but I'm going to test this area for a bounce play. I'm going to leave my orders in. We had right here, if you look at the gap up or gap down, right here was 743. We gapped the open price here was 812. So this was a bigger gap. But then you think about this one where we halted down at, say, the low here was 715. The open here was 712. So we actually opened at 712 and it was just a quick back on up. And so I'm anticipating that again. A gap down into this and it hits it and pushes right back on up. And then the only thing is where this is going to be profit. 630, 640 area is going to be profit taking. And are we going to be able to be in the trade for 30 seconds? That's the other key thing. So that's why I'm going smaller, just to test. Excuse me. Excuse me, team. Man, bad. So again, trust and we're not getting a runner today. Just right now, not getting a runner. Not getting a runner. All right. Again, resumption time 0826. Okay, thanks. Thanks for letting me know the resumption time there, sweetheart. All right, so let's see here. Going in small, just trying to get filled here for a quick dip off this 570 area. Just trusting it for one more bounce, just to see if I just feel this level is going to be super strong. It is risky. There's really not a lot going on today either in the small cap sector. This is really about our only play to be had here is FlyX. And then we're looking at Acon, which popped up and now it's falling back on down. Well, just not getting the move down to it. Just not getting the move back down to 570 here. So I do have orders in all in the area. It's doing exactly what I figured it would do, is immediately popping back on up. See if this comes back down into this area for one more bounce here. Could possibly do it. I'll leave my orders in a little bit longer. Oh, I got to get over to Trade the Pool. I forgot what time it was. All right, going over to Trade the Pool. Going over to Trade the Pool. I forgot what time it was. I could just sit here and yap it up with you guys all day long. Let's go over and get you guys the link. There's the bounce. I told you. I knew there would be one. I'm going to leave my orders down there just to get filled, possibly. All right. Any questions you guys have before I'm gone? Any last questions from you guys before I head out? I do like BABA for the day for large caps. Other plays that have been falling down. NVDA is pretty nice today. What else was nice as I was going through the ringer there? We had some red across the board. Nothing. We have red, but nothing chart-wise. It's really built up that nice here as of right now. BABA I like the most. B's gonna have some good movement today. It's built some range, so it's gonna range today for sure. It's going to range today for sure. And that's it for now. That is it for now. Small caps, sit back and wait. I'm not seeing anything that's saying, hey, come trade me. Honestly, there's just nothing that looks really good and sexy right now, in my opinion. Our top tickers that are up today, just going back over here to make sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah, FlyX, MLTX, Acon. So we're all over the top movers. We're all over the top movers. What was this play? Oh, it's already back on down. Yeah, NVE, ASP, we're all over it. And at least the movers that we're supposed to be looking at are anyway. I mean, we have not missed the play today. And the best play of the day, as we know, we were all over it. FlyX. Some traders in chat got filled there. You know, I was unfortunately out. You know, I should have stayed around. I almost did stick around and leave like right now to go chill and smoke for a second. I was like, there's nothing at the bell. You know, because I thought this would just kind of, I didn't think this, because the bounce play already happened, you know, essentially. The bounce play already happened. And so I was like, okay, it's either going to be, I did not think we'd get this right out of the bell, because if I would have seen that right out of the bell and it shot up, I would have stuck around and be like, oh, we're going to go for a bounce play here at 575. We got to. We'll see if Neo G, if Acon, something could take the mob. Right now, no one has it. The longer this kind of sits around and doesn't start to pull back down, you can see the volume starting to even move away from FlyX. Well, if that's the case, I'm going to cancel my order. So I'm leaving them in for now, but I could possibly cancel those here as we move into the Trade the Pool. Of course, we have the call-in show today. Come in and join. Hope you guys will come over to the Trade the Pool stream. Chat it up, alert over there. Tell me how you're doing. Tell me if you like it or not. I'm getting the EV mux up. Cool. All right, guys, we'll be back here. I know it's I'm with them for the next 3 hours because of the call-in show today. I know it's a little bit elongated today. Tomorrow I've got you all day. You know, today we on. I know I only got filled on the halt area, and I got about $120 out of that. Glad I got in. I had a feeling it was going to get this. I was really anticipating A, for it to be a 5-minute halt. And B, if it didn't do this, I was going to really average in heavy down here. Well, it became a 10-minute halt, so we got the gap up, and exactly what you anticipate sometimes out of that 10-minute halt. So I'm glad I got a piece of the pie today. I really wish I would have been in here, because if we would have got in here, which other cousin did, I would have been holding through this halt up. I know we would have been out most at 680 into 7, but we would have held some, and we would have gotten a good $1.50, $2 move. And all within a few candles here in minutes. I am leaving my orders in as of now to see if I get filled still. I'll see you guys back on the flip side when I get done with the TTP stream. All right? See you guys in just a bit.
goes on the tuna signal. That's it, you know. I'm doing like small trades just to test out the signals. I mean, like every day, that's what I'm doing. Every day, I'm just back testing all the signals, and I'm as well impressed of the result. Like you can see, like Kevin, like I'm giving you bangers like almost every day, you know. So yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah, some AZI, MNTS. I remember these things. My wife might say, "Honey, where's the ketchup? I can't find it in front of me." But you tell me what ticker was on January 6th that Smoked Tuna alerted in chat. Like my memory is great when it comes to these plays, and you've alerted some good ones. Yeah, AZI was a fantastic play, and you caught the bottom of that down at 220. Rode that on up, and then it's like you can work both sides of it, right? You work it on the way up, and then work the hangover on the backside. So all your efforts going into tuna signals, and very
yeah,
cool, very cool. And you back testing, back testing. So this year you're just going to do a lot of back testing and improving on tuna signal.
yeah, just to keep the platform alive. That's the whole point for me. You know,
Yeah,
that's the only thing. I mean, I'm doing some trading, but I mean, not like I don't have that much time because there's a lot of work that goes into the platform. You know, because I'm also working on. I'm pushing Mitch to like let me get some TTP, APIs so that like to create some bots. I'm already working on bots, so that's part of that. But
yeah.
other than that, yeah, that's what I'm working. But I just want to contribute as much as I can because you know when I see something, I just want to give out to the community. That's it. You know, I see that I'm really making a lot of friends around the
Yeah, yeah,
trading. You know, because as long as like you work hard and you give good
yeah.
signals, you know, people will respect and you know what more you can ask.
100%. Yeah, because you could be off, to yourself with your tuna signals making all the money. But I will say, like, and I've been in the background too, but adding value, you just get so much in return. It's being a part of a community too, and just helping each other out. It's just
Yeah.
adding value, constantly adding value. It comes back to you, giving it'll come back to you like a boomerang. So,
Yeah.
what final words do you have for the team, for the community? Going into 2026? I know you're less focused on discretionary trading, more
I,
focused
I,
on the
I I
signal.
think I think I think like today like you guys have touched on a very important topic that's over trading. Like
Yes.
you really need to get off the screen. And
Mm,
when you have a big win, take off. Like that's it for the day. Like when you have a big win, because the big win is going to give you overconfident and you're gonna lose everything.
Right.
So the best thing is for you to let the big win realize into your account. Don't think that it's the house money. It's your
yeah.
money, but you have to make it your money. You have to let it sit in your account for a while so that you realize that that's your money. That's not
Yeah.
a house
You've
money.
mentioned it before in chat, and it's so true. I mean, I've had plenty of days giving it all back. That's why I'm a big advocate of trailing drawdowns. Like, say you're up 1,000, and it's like, okay, well, I'm going to get locked out if I give 30%, 30% trailing drawdown on that profit. So, but yeah, absolutely, take a breath, walk away. You're now trading without fear, which can be good, but also can be very bad because now you're up. You feel like you have the house money, so now, oh, I got money to play with
I
here.
mean, that's actually very dangerous because you feel
Yeah,
like, oh, I have a buffer, you know,
yeah,
to rely on. But that's your money. Don't make
realize
it
it.
a
Yeah,
buffer, you know. Let it be realized into you. I mean, this is not coming from me. It's coming from Jesse Livermore, man. It's not coming from me. Okay. So there's a lot
Mr.
of
Jesse
lessons you can
Livermore.
learn. Like just go on YouTube. It's all free. You can find Jesse Livermore. Just listen to all his stuff. That would really guide you and help. That's it. All right, guys.
Yeah,
Nice catching up
Yeah. Love it,
with
brother.
you
oh,
guys. Yeah. Ciao,
love
ciao.
it, man.
Yeah.
Take care. Smoke tuna. Adding that value, guys. We appreciate that. Thank you for calling in. We got one more waiting in the wings right now. We'll go ahead and bring him or her on.
Let's do it.
Who we got?
This is the Crow here.
Yes, the Crow. Miss hearing you, man. Miss hearing from you. Thanks for calling in. How's the train been going? What you been working on?
It's a good Happy New Year, gentlemen.
Happy New Year. Yes. Yeah. See, you've been posting some good alerts, and what looks like you've been killing it the last few weeks. Tell us a little bit about it.
Well, it's just trading the same setups, wash, rinse, repeat, right? Like,
Yep.
you look at your gap scanner in the morning, and maybe there's 10 things that you're looking at, and narrow it down, right, to like 2 or 3 different tickers that you're focused on, and focus on those, and because if I could land 3 10%, this is my strategy, 3 10% trades a day, and that's really it, right? And that's on the day trading strategy. So there's of course swing trading and then longing things, and it's the same stuff. Like once you get into a groove, and you get into an understanding of what you're doing, and just watch this repeat, and then get even better at the things that you think that you've mastered, because there's always that room to grow, right? I'm sure you guys can relate to that, and you're always improving. And even when you're seeing success on something, you could still get an even greater edge.
Yep. No, you're all over it. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, good information. I love it. I just I'm thinking about that tuna, and then Crow. Are we gonna have another animal call in after this?
Nice.
So
and to expand on what Tuna was saying about the community and what you guys are mentioning as well, I was just talking to somebody about this, that I'm like, he's in the corporate world, and he was just telling me about how it's so like crab in a bucket mentality. Everybody's trying to take each other down, and in the trading world, it's so very different. Like we're all just trying to like help each other out, and support each other. And so I'm like, it's so strange, like outside in the other side of the world, like the normies, that they're all trying to take each other down in their work, but we don't do that here. I just ever since I've been in trading, like everybody's just been out there to help, and
there's not
so
a community like
that's
it.
the amazing part about it. Yeah, it really is. But for what my goals were, or my New Year's resolutions was, that I always do this at the beginning of the year again, is I retake courses like I did when I first started trading. I did the Warrior Trading course, Ross Cameron's, and the Millionaire Challenge, the Tim Sykes one, and go through things and just rethink about over the years what's happening, because now I have new plans. My plans can't just remain the same every year, and I think this year my big plans was to keep the burning desire there, because you get in and you go through the motions, and you get lazy, and just keeping the burning desire there is my main goal for this year. And I really thought this through. It's funny that you guys had a show. Well, it's New Year, so I guess it makes sense that you'd have the show named this, but is keeping the burning desire there, and hustling like I was hustling when I first started to become profitable, because I don't want to stop doing the things that got me here. And I've seen it with other traders too, actually, like where they stop learning once they start to become profitable, and then they sort of fade and deteriorate, and can't really figure out why, because they thought they had the magic pill. Edge erosion is real. Like you could be working one strategy very successfully, and it fades over time. That strategy could stop working, right? So it's like if you have the burning desire, then you're there on a Friday night when everybody's partying, and you're going through charts, and you're doing those things that you did to get you there, and it's staying focused, because like the last thing I'd ever want to do is have to go back to a job. Like no way in hell, right? Like so I don't. It's always it's also keeping in mind, like, I don't take it for granted because I truly feel that this is the greatest game in the world.
Yeah.
Because here we are, we're small guys, but we could be in the same trade as like a Warren Buffett or a Bill Ackman or a Michael Burry, and beat them on that trade. You're not going to go into the NBA and start competing with like LeBron James, but in this game you actually can.
Yeah.
So like,
I mean, there's no barriers for
granted.
entry. There's no excuse, essentially, for not being a successful trader, because now you have these prop firms like Trade the Pool that can elevate you to a
Right.
point of success for the little guy.
Right. And I tell my friends that all the time. I'm like, I'm just picking up the crumbs from the big guys, but those crumbs are pretty damn big, right?
Yeah.
And so, as you guys have heard to me, I just keep it simple. I don't like to too much overanalyze. I just know that if I put in the work,
Yeah.
and I have the desire there, then everything else will sort of take care of themselves. And obviously having a strong community where, I can talk to you guys. I talk to Pac and Smoke Tuna every day. And, just we exchange ideas, and Pac's been in the game for a long time. So I always like to hear what he has to say, and get a slick New Yorker giving me advice that's been trading for decades. It's always nice. And yeah, not stressing out, and it's early on in the year, and no need to be too aggressive. I like to treat trading like almost like some great race car drivers used to say, or Ayrton Senna said that you have to know when to be aggressive and when to pull back, right? So you put your foot on the brake, and then you know when to gas it, right? And that takes time to learn, and because like when you're first starting out and the habits aren't there yet, you could tend to just want to be on the gas the whole time.
You're
And
right.
just gas it. And then it's just like it takes time in the market, seat time, to know when to let off, and take the corner slowly this time, because there may be a little bit of rain on the track for today, right? Awards
even take
just got started.
even take the straightaway. I mean, let's look over these Mustang owners and I've seen some. We get the real world drive vehicles with 1,000 horsepower, 800 horsepower. Yeah, we have a lot of traders that end up on the ditch, and even on a straightaway. Forget the turn. I mean, they just whiskey throttle it, and you're like, "That's a straightaway. What'd you do there, bro?" And you could just tell they've never driven a car. And I know exactly what you mean when you're saying that. It reminds me exactly of traders where they're just like hammer down. And then I'm like, "How are you not letting off the gas? Oh my God, there it goes into the ditch. Oh no."
Yeah, I've known this one trader that was super successful. Actually, he was on the Toronto Stock Exchange Sport Trader, and he lost his edge so badly that his wife banned him from trading stocks again, and he never got back into the game. But he taught me a lot. Like he was the first guy that I really quite picked his brains about it. He would follow the markets constantly. But he wasn't trading just because he totally lost his edge. And I remember one of the trades, like he bought it at the all-time high. This was before his wife banned him. And we're going back to like 2004, before I even thought about trading. But I still talk to him. And the funny thing is, I asked him like, what happened here, right? Like what happened? Like he's like, buddy, I just couldn't put it together. And I would say that if you're new in trading and listening to this right now, and you're not getting the results you want to get, don't be hard on yourself. Some of the smartest people in the world cannot do this. So like, give yourself a break, right? Like if you're not profitable, it's not happening the way you thought it would happen. Be easy on yourself, because this is not easy. Like I've heard brain surgeons say that I'll never trade stocks again. It just ripped me apart. And so like, if you're not profitable, like it's not a big deal. Like it's not an easy game. You're in the most competitive game in the world. So, take it easy on yourself. Like, don't be hard on yourself like that, because you could be down on yourself, and that's just not a good thing to do. You don't need to do that, because you have to give yourself the benefit of the doubt here, because this is literally like you going into a game a football game, and now you're playing against Tom Brady or something. Like if you lose, it was probably going to happen.
It's
Right?
meant to be.
Like,
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Crow, I love it. I mean, I can hear from you too. Like the market humbles us, and it does.
Yeah.
I mean, all of us have been, and I can hear that humility in your voice speaking to the traders and adding value to them and saying, you know what, the market sometimes can be irrational, completely irrational. And you're right. I have known the smartest people who. They're like, I can't do this trading because trading is not brains. It's discipline. It really is discipline, risk management. And because you'll see Crow, you'll see plays. I'll say this often with phase 3 news that just sell off all day, and then some junk ticker, like SMX putting whatever device into the weed so you can track it so you don't lose your dough, take off, go from $3 to 400. So it doesn't take brains, it takes discipline, risk management. And sometimes you'll have the most irrational plays going on. But I will say this too, based on what you were mentioning earlier, like we can't equate like I say we can't equate more trades to like more progress on our equity curve, but we can't even that goes to like hard work as far as trading goes, because sometimes like I will sit down and like read and look into this company and spend so much time, but then I'm like, okay, now I deserve to make money on this trade because I know their earnings are bad, they're diluting their shareholders, this, that, and the other. You do your homework, but then the ticker still is irrational. So like allowing just trades in 2026 to come to us, like and I think ultimately, Crow, that comes to probably ego, right? It's like we're just saying like, we did our homework on this trade, so it needs to work out. Like it owes us money. So it's like eliminate ego 2026. That's my presidential run. That's the slogan. Eliminate ego for your trading. Got to do it. Eliminate ego.
Amazing.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on that? And moving forward into 2026, what do you think you're going to work on?
Mainly, just keeping that desire there and the work ethic up, because you could tend to lose. Like I felt myself fading towards the end of last year, where just the work ethic wasn't there. I don't know if it was what psychological aspect that was, and reminding myself like you got to keep putting in the work. It never stops, right? Like it's just like going into practice, like Kobe, taking your free throws every single day and, knowing what's going on and, not, trying to necessarily top myself and really working on, actually, one of the things too is working on sizing. Sizing is one of the things that it's tough to judge it, and it has to be a AAA plus setup for me to go really hard, and then distinguishing that this is a B setup, so I got to go small, and then distinguishing that and being very conscious of it. Right, the consciousness of it is really the key part of like knowing like okay. Because when you get in like in the game, it's just like it's all just a trade, and you can't really even define what an A+ setup is or a B setup or a C setup. You can't define that, right? And so it takes time, experience to know what those setups are, and being conscious of sizing in the right things. Because like some of my best trades last year, I wasn't really sized in, but the ticker did well. And then if you look back and reflect later on, it's just like, man, I should have been sizing to that. And then here I am in this stupid thing that's taken a whole year to go up 20%, which is amazing anyways, because like we complain, like big hedge funds or different funds that you put your money into, they're smile and they're like, we'll give you 10% a year. And they're like smiling year to year. And like, I look at them because one of my friends is a financial planner, right? I'm like, what can you return? And he's like, oh, well, if we do a high risk portfolio, we could do maybe 15% for the year. And I started laughing, right? I'm like, I'll do that in a day, bro. Right? And he works for this company, Edward Jones. I don't know if you ever heard of them, if they're very in the States, but they're big here in Canada. And he's like, really? And like, as it was at a party, and I started showing him stuff, and he's like, that's unbelievable. Like, do you insider trade? I'm like, no, man. I'm like, I started laughing. So be grateful for even small gains also. So like, you know, even if you're making a lot of money, to me, I'll take a two, three, four, $500 trade, and I'm happy with that. That's gas for the month. You
It
know,
it
I'm
sounds
trying
like
to
you
order
just love
steaks.
you love the freedom that trading gives you. That's what I'm hearing, and I love that too. It's
Of
like
course,
really the
of
number.
course.
As long as the family's taken care of, I'm good, dude. I mean, I love trading to trade, and but money's a byproduct of the fun. Money's a byproduct of the fun, but the freedom that comes with it.
Well,
Yeah, I hear it.
I was listening to a podcast just last night. Actually, it was Stephen Duck's on the Words of
Mm,
Wisdom podcast.
yeah,
I'm sure you've probably heard of it.
yeah.
Duck's just saying, he's like, you know, Riz asked them, you know, if someone followed exactly what you did, do you think they would make it? And he's like, no, not everyone, because he's like, they get into trading because they see all the riches and the money and the Lamborghinis. But he's like, I trade because I actually love this. Like, I love this game. So he's like, that's like a main equation here, that if you're, you know, you get, if you come into the game trying to get rich quick, I'm sorry, that might not be a good thing. Like, you
It
probably
doesn't
need
work.
to
Yeah.
actually like trading, right? Like it. And I always say to my friends, I'm like, man, even if like I would trade for free, like I mean,
Yeah.
even if I didn't get paid, I'd still do it because, like I said, I'm still so fascinated by all of this. And so that's where it
Yeah.
comes back to my goals this year is just keeping that desire there, because once the desire's there, the work ethic will come and everything will take care of itself.
No, yeah, hit the nail on the head. Yeah, absolutely.
That's my synopsis.
I love it. Thank you, Crow, for sharing. Always good
Thanks,
hearing
guys,
from
for
you.
all you guys do. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Man, I love the passion.
Yeah, brother.
I appreciate you, Crow. We got
right,
one
take
more, I
care.
think, waiting in the wings. But guys,
Wow.
give some love to Crow. Love the wisdom. You can tell he's just so passionate, and I completely agree with him, Josh. I've seen it so many times. The guys who get into trading for the money, it just doesn't work. It doesn't work because money is always a byproduct of good trading. And if you don't care about trading well, you just care about money, you're going to lose it. You're going to lose it. It's fascinating how twisted that is like that. It's upside down world. But
Yeah.
oftentimes that's what trading is, and you got to love it. Why is that ticker running? I have no idea.
Yeah.
Well, it shouldn't be, but it is.
Yeah.
And we have to trade what is. What is objective? Objective 2026. You got to be objective. No
Yeah.
ego.
100%. Yeah. We got another one. Did you say we have one more already waiting?
Somebody was joining during that call, so go ahead and join again.
Gotcha. Cool. I didn't see that, but yeah. Come on in, click the link, let's go. But yeah, no, it's like it's the same stuff over and over. Coming back to what we were saying even earlier, which I didn't bring up. I don't ever look at the P&L. You know, that's another thing where you're talking about, hey, how much P&L should you have in a day, and then call it a day. I don't even look at it. So some days I may be up 200, some days I'm up 500, some days I'll win 700, some days I win more than it's all over the place how much. But I never really care. I just trade the setup and the target, because I have asked that so often. What's your daily goal, or what's your percent? I'm like, I don't know. Every trade, every setup's going to be different. I might get 20 cents on one trade. I might get $1.20 out of nowhere on another trade. You know, maybe I was only expecting to get 40 cents, but I got $2, you know, or I was expecting to get 60 cents, but I only got 20 cents. And so you got to take each trade subjectively in what it is. And then on top of the fact, you know, having that passion, like you talked about, so many traders that come into this, and it's the truth. I think anybody could do this, but unfortunately that's not the case, because why? Everyone, I say everyone, but a lot of people, that mental side of things, that comes into play and affects those traders. And so they'll never have a chance or shot to do it. Like Stephen Duck said, it just won't be possible, unfortunately. And then to add off a little bit of that, when you're talking about PRs, you'll have good PRs that do stuff, and you'll have good PRs that do nothing. I was over on, I forgot, I think it was Stocks Rocks, but I was over on another stream trying to, you know, using, I go to different, like you, I go to different streams throughout the day or whatever, and theirs is just mostly a scanners. And of course, it's got people chatting, so I like to see if I'm missing anything. So I go to your stream and see what people are chatting, see what you're saying. Go to another stream, see what people blah blah. And I caught one this morning where I saw someone saying something about PRs, you know, and I'm like, I just wanted to make a comment. Like, there will be times where where PRs, yeah, they're great right now, they kind of mean something, but they don't always mean something, because there will be times where, and they came back essentially, and I try to kind of made it a little combative, and I'm like, no, I wasn't saying that PRs are trash. I never said that. I just said there will be times where And I've seen it. Positive phase 3, GS or GLSI, whatever it is. I think it's GLSI. We talk about this a lot. Phase 3 breast cancer, it went from 5 to 150 in one day. I've also seen positive cancer phase 3 do, like you said, pop up in pre-market, but then go red and just dump for the day. And I've had people on my live stream over the years go, AK, why is this crashing? It's got good news. AK, why is this dumping? The news is good. Well, if it's so good, then you get my point. And so you got to remember these things. And each day, each week, each month, each year is going to be a different journey. And you have to keep working. This isn't one of those things where, and it's happened to me. You get a little lazy, you stop trying to learn more, and you find those periods though, because you're doing great. You don't really need to push and learn more. But then you hit a stretch of, well, nope, that's not working anymore. That edge is not sharp like it used to be. I've got to figure out what the new edge is going to be, and then you trade a new edge, right? And so it's a different edge that you used to trade. Now it's working again, etc. So definitely just to hit on what you guys were talking about. And just having that discipline and patience. I would say, of course, me so much. Waiting for plays to come to you. You do not have to force. Sit back and wait. I think I did see that for half a second. I think it was one of my guys, Lone Wolf. So Lone Wolf, I'll put that out there one more time. The guy that joined in for a second. Yeah.
Lone Wolf, go ahead and join back over. Give him a minute or two, and then if not, we'll take the next caller. But man, this is Tuna and Crow. Given the wisdom or the wisdom.
Hey,
is that what that channel's called?
Well, no, I don't want him to call, because guess what? He goes by Lone Wolf. So we'll go from Tuna to Crow to a wolf. And the wolf is eating the tuna and the crow, probably. I just thought about that. I was like, oh, you got to call in. He said, oh, I got nothing to say. It was an accident. Okay, he's on the Discord right now. He said, laugh out loud. I got nothing to say. Yeah, he just probably clicked it. Because I think we had that, if I'm not mistaken, I had that on a Zoom I did recently, where I had one of my traders joined, one of my traders, Love Chip, joined, and I put the link out there because he couldn't find it. And I said, I'll send it to you, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, here, I'll just put it in chat. Just click it. Here it is. And so I had like 5 or 6 people join a Zoom, and I just see all these little people popping up. And so I'm like, listen on the Zoom, listen on the live stream. And I think that's all he was doing, was just kind of joining in to listen, just to see.
Gotcha. Yeah. So traders, go ahead. We'll take probably one more call. So go ahead, and whoever wants to call, let us know. I think we've touched on so many good things. I mean, this hour is just,
oh yeah,
man, great hour, the money hour.
That's why I keep calling it the money show.
We gotta go on tour, Josh. We'll do the. Oh yeah. Got to go on tour with this. I think, too, traders, I mean, we touched on, too, the equating more trades. Josh does a very good job of just letting trades come to him, and it's very important. Let trades come to you. Don't force trades. Forcing trades, bad habit. So there are newer traders, they tend, but we say they're going to overtrade, and they are. I mean, it's just how newer traders, how they're going to be. And as they're learning to find their edge. But more trades does not equal more profit. I cannot stress that enough. And I think sometimes we can get in the habit of thinking that, because the market is like just an ever-flowing river of opportunity. There's 6,000+ tickers. There's always something moving. It's like, okay, if I'm not involved in this river, then I'm not making money. But that's not the truth. Really, the opposite is much of the truth, and that is KISS, keep it simple, stupid, is pretty much the truth. Is you have to just narrow in your focus on your setup, your edge, and go from there. And so that's what, today I focused on predictable setup. Josh did as well. And rather than give profits back, taking less edge, I think Crow touched on this really important too. It's like taking different setups is okay. It's completely okay to take a A and a B and a C edge, but identify maybe how the risk return for those edges. So if you're, the best way I can give an analogy on this is if you're sitting at the poker table and you have pocket pair ace hand, that's obviously going to win more hands than pocket tens, but they're both of them still deserve risk. Does that make sense? Both still deserve risk. You still need to put chips on the table for both because they have positive EV. Similar to trading, you will know those setups. You'll know your pocket pair of ace hand from your pocket tens and so forth. So one more caller, guys. Let us know. Or if you want to add to the conversation in the comments, do that as well. But we'll take one more caller.
Yeah.
Low.
Good evening. Yeah, put it in the comments. We'll read it out. Kind of like my New Year's or year-end confessional New Year's resolution with people. And that went for about an hour actually on Wednesday of last week. And it was a lot of people. I get that every year. It's like one person, then we have two, and then four. Next thing you know, I'm having to like catch up to the list because I have so many people confessing their stock trading sins, so to speak. So yeah, it's always good just to get it out, talk about it. Joe says, keep it simple, stupid. But for me, it's keep it simple. Stupid. Like it. And yeah, Crow, didn't think about that. Got the air, land, and sea covered with you guys. So yeah, the crow and the air with the tuna in the water. Love it.
That's so funny how that happened.
Yeah. That's good stuff. And yes, now we just need the land covered with the wolf or someone from the land. Someone from a land. Who do we got in here? Who's a land creature? Derek Thompson. Ingrid Ossie-Chick. Which one of you land creatures in here? And again, what you needed, and I think a lot of what we've talked about over the last 45 minutes or so, or even in the last hour when I had my rant at the top of the hour, when you guys had that talk as we approached the 11 a.m. hour, is what we have talked about a lot. It's hitting on what you guys are struggling with or what you need to work on. Your New Year's resolution is like, yes, everything you're saying, I need to do this. So I think it's hitting home with doing this and just hearing it reiterating it over to you guys. I think it's going to be key and crucial. It's just one of those things where it should slap you in the face. A nice slap, nothing too hard, but it gets your attention. And it should get your attention that you have to work on these things. And it's a nonstop, grind of doing it over and over and over and over. But it becomes easy and fun in the end. Of course, it's like you guys were talking about, with Crow, this is one of the funnest jobs you can have. And one of those jobs where you can still do it at home or out on the road or you're on vacation. And then, like you said, and I've talked about this. There's how long is it going to take you to get in the NBA if you want to go try to do that? And that's a hard profession, or to be a doctor or to go play in the NFL or do all these different things. That takes 5, 10, 15 years, and you probably will just never compete with those people. But here in stock trading, you actually can, and you're and not say competing, but you're still maybe replicating or in a trade of, like he was saying, of people that have been doing this for a long time, and that you would see as maybe the Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, Steph Curry, whatever, even if the side guys that aren't that great or still great, but you get my point, not considered all-time greats, but like Kevin Durant's of the world, Patrick Ewing's of the world, I can keep going through a lot of Charles Barkley's of the world. You could be with one of them, right? And so you can't do that. You're never going to be in the NBA. You're never going to be in the NFL. You're never going to be in MLB. You're never going to be on the PGA Tour. You're never going to be in F1 or Indy Series of racing cars. It's just not going to happen. But here, if you put the time and the discipline and the patience, track and journal, back test, all the things we're talking about, you actually can have a career and a journey where not many people are doing this, and some of the ones that are making way more money than those athletes. As in, yes, your Warren Buffetts of the world have more money than any of those guys in the NBA, or NFL, etc. And the base hits, that was talked about too with you guys. Got to have the base hits. Don't worry about the money. Again, has to be in, most that get into this wanting the money don't survive, don't have success. But the ones where it's not really, it's an afterthought. You're doing it because you love this. Again, going back to, let's just say sports, those guys got paid nothing back in the 60s, 70s, really even in the 90s compared to what they get paid now. But you would consider maybe Jim Brown, Walter Payton. You consider Joe Montana, John Elway, Dan Marino, Emmitt Smith. I can go through Barry Sanders especially. Those guys, you would be like, yeah, they would ball in today's league. Well, guess what they were getting paid compared to these guys now, right? They played for the love and the passion of the game. I mean, guys like the Ronnie Lott stories where he's in I think it was an NFC Championship game, whatever game he was in, but Ronnie Lott, the safety for the 49ers, he has his fingers pretty much in a play, gets pretty much ripped off. It's like it's hanging there. They're like, he has him rip the freaking finger off, bro. Tape it up, and he goes freaking back in there and plays the game. He didn't go off, and now I got to go get surgery. And now he's like, I'll worry about this later. I need to go win this game. I don't care how much I'm getting paid. This is all about the love and the passion of the game. And so if you have that, and you have that grind, and I always talk about Michael Jordan, you have that kind of a mindset that you're like, I'm going to get this. I don't care about the money right now. If I make it, it comes. I want to be right about this. I want to have fun doing this because I have a passion for it. It does seem like most traders get into this, I will say, have the passion, but unfortunately, they have also that passion for really wanting to make that money. So it's a double-edged sword passion. They have the passion because they do love what they're doing. I will say with working with those hundreds of people that and have failed, They all love it. Oh, Josh, I'm going to get it. I ain't leaving. Oh, I love this. Oh, man, I love the charts. But they love money way too much too. That passion for doing what other traders or what they see, all that social media, or this person's banking that much, and they have to do that. Well, no, just take your journey. Be you. Again, like I always said, and I saw that. Or always go back to sports, like most of us do, and think about, well, if I can just, like me, and thinking, okay, if I could just get a scholarship, then maybe I can get an NIL deal in college, and then maybe after I get an NIL, then maybe I'll get drafted. And then maybe if I'm not the starting quarterback or running back or starting point guard, maybe I can just get on the team. And now I'm on the team. And now if I can just slowly but surely, maybe someone gets hurt and I keep working my ass off. And eventually, no, next thing you know, I'm a starter. And then maybe here and there, maybe down the line, I make an all-star game and all-pro game. But it isn't, hey, I got to be LeBron James. I got to be Michael Jordan. I got to be Kobe Bryant. I got to be Tom Brady. It's, can I get this deal to get to this deal? Now can I get drafted? And if I don't, I got to make a team. But if I could just make a team and get on the team, then maybe I'll get a starting position at some. That's the grind. That should be the realistic mindset for any trader, is that the slow and steady, just trying to get to a team down the line and then maybe become a starter, because then that's when you've made it. And then it's just continuing the grind. Like you've seen a lot of those athletes want to play sports forever because they have that passion until their body just can't do it anymore. But your body and your mind should be able to do this for a very long period of time, but it's about putting that work in.
Yeah. Well, I love it too. I mean, because it's mind. And your mind is the one thing over the years that really doesn't degrade, right? I mean, you only get, at a certain point, perhaps.
Yeah, we're waiting on that. We're like, oh yeah, we're like, we turn like 63 and we're like, man, I can't trade stocks. We're like, man, my brain's just too slow. But I've heard that from a lot of traders, even like at the Money Show when I was interviewing them, Kevin, was they do slow down. I remember like the Keith Fitzgerald. Look him up, Keith Fitzgerald. He's been doing this for 45 years. And of course, I had Adrian Manns on the Dual String Friday. Recently been doing it for 30 years. They like us at first. They love that fast momentum, more day trading. But then down the line, as their brain starts to slow down, and they do as we do as humans in the 50s, start to slow down, and we don't want to. It's not always got to be doing something. They're trading, they're still trading, but it's just like we all do. We adapt, we adjust, and they still trade, but it's not that has to be fast, and it's more investing and more swing trades. And so I was like, I noticed that. I talked to a few older people at the Money Show, and it's, at first they have, and then slowly but surely as they age, they kind of slow their trading down and become more investors in swing trading. And it just kind of like you've seen that myself, where we're all day traders or want to be at first. And eventually down the line where the day trading works out, if it does, you have money, you have capital, equity now, to now start investing in swing trading. And as we get older, we start realizing how easy that is becoming. We don't really want to have the stress of getting up every day and having a day trade every single day. And you do it still here and there, but now you can just kind of roll on those swings and those investments, so to speak.
Yeah, I like what Nas has to say about trading is for, you just everyday living, and then swing is for creating wealth. That's what he says, and I agree. I mean, you certainly can make good money, trading. It's you got it. There's a lot of, and that's what I love about it. There's so many factors involved that you have got to adhere to. So many variables. I cannot believe SXTC is shooting straight back up.
I put that earlier on I said, hey, watch this over the VWAP to pop back up to 5.
Oh my God.
And here it is. I'm not surprised, but yeah, and I put that over my Discord too as well. When was it at 30?
I'm trying to stay focused, but SXTC, what in the world?
Yep. I'm not surprised, but yeah, 30. I was like, when did I alert that? About 32 after, because I kept looking at like you can't help it. It's like I'm saying us as they're like, that thing's moving. That thing's about to squeeze. That thing is gonna go, and then yeah, here we go. Nice little pop up, looking like it's gonna hit 5, like I talked about. So. Love it. Derek, too, again, that's why we always talk about more trades doesn't equal more money, or more money doesn't equal more money. I have that throughout the years. Yeah. Everyone's like, oh, if I had a 50K account, if I had a 100K account. I'm like, yeah, just so you could lose more? Like, yeah, no, go get you a small account. If you can grow that, then you can grow a big account. But I've heard that so often, too. Of course, like you always talk about, more trades equates more money. Wrong. Also, I've heard so often, man, more money would equal more money. No, that's not the case. If if you had $1 million account, you would lose it faster than you had a $10,000 account. I promise you that right now. So it's just that you're all over it, Derek. So go back to that small account, slowly grow it, and then do the next one, and do the next one. Love it. Yeah, JTTI is still holding up a little bit. We still have FY, and again, FLYX. While we were in this call-in show, I moved those orders up to the 40s into that 620, 640 area, and I did get filled 500 shares at 647. I took my profit already as it popped into 7, but I did get a little profit there during the call-in show on FYLX. So I finally got my second dip buy on it at that 640 area. Good, and again, I think Tuna was in there earlier as he's having a glass of wine. Beautiful support area.
Good work. Yeah, good work. Good work. Yeah, you guys, there's SXTC still to monitor through the afternoon, of course, as that thing's trying to reclaim where it capitulated off of. And then, yeah, you got Fly X still hanging on. JTAI, a couple AI plays that are moving. And Acon's been going sideways as well. So a couple decent plays to monitor through the afternoon. But as we've learned over the last hour, don't overdo it. You know, take some good trades, shut the computer off, and keep it moving. But traders,
and having that discipline too, besides shutting it off, because we want to come back over. And that's the thing is being able to shut it down, but then also come back later and track and journal and not even having to worry about trading. You're just like, okay, cool, got my work done. Like, and to think of it as school. You go to school, and we never we didn't want to go, like in college. We wanted to kind of pick our schedule, go from like 8 to 11. Or if you hated waking up early, you'd do the 11. Like I was like, I got to that point where I'm in my later years of college, and I kind of got to my, essentially my I was out of the core, curriculum, and I was into just what my major and, my minor classes were. Like, I'm gonna go to the 11 o'clock, 2 o'clock. I'm gonna sleep in a little bit. I kind of felt like I was a junior or senior now, which I was in college. So I don't feel like doing the 8 a.m. classes anymore. I don't feel like getting out with traffic and having to fight with that either, and try to get a class on time. And so my schedule was kind of like 11 to 2. So think of it that way. What's your schedule for stock trading? What's your class schedule? Mine is now back to early. I like 8. Well, it's of course Central Time Zone, so I'm an hour behind. So 8 a.m. to 11, 7 to 10, something like that. That's when I'm going to school. But then even when I first started, trading 2017, 2018, when I realized that's when I went to school. But then as I talk about so often, I had to go to study hall. I had to go, essentially to the library. And that would be in power hour into after hour. So right when the closing bell is about to hit, I want to go back over and chart everything that moved that day. I want to go back over and track and journal every little trade I made and what I could have done better and what trades I did miss. And so it's that ability to not, like, Kevin keeps talking about, and you guys throughout the day, having that ability to trade, have positive trades, shut it down and be disciplined to do that, but then be able to have come back later and not have any want to trade. Your want is to do the homework. The homework is the study hall. It's the library. So think of it as school. You've got your class session. When do you want to go to school? What time of the day do you want to go to class? And then you got to know, like we always had, we have to have homework, right? And so do the homework in the afternoon every single day.
Couldn't have said any better, man. Couldn't have said any better. You can I'm gonna shut down the Google Meet so you can unmute yourself on the EV Muck son.
Boom, and we're back. Backity back. Good stuff today. Good lessons, good talks, good analogies too. Yeah, I like that Ingrid Aussie chick. I like that too. An ever-flowing river of opportunities. Yeah, that could be a t-shirt, brother. That could be on a t-shirt. I love it. Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. Money Mitch. Where'd Money Mitch go? We got him on the scene. There we go. All right. Last thoughts of the day, my man. What do you got? What do you got for us there, Mr. Kevin Avery?
That was your puppy. Yeah, I mean, I think you guys are all over it. Going into this year, we got to focus really less on the market and more on ourselves. I think that's mainly what we got to do, because the market just prints information, traders. It's not neither good nor bad or right or wrong. It just prints information. That's all the stock market does. So sometimes it can be rational, sometimes very irrational. So we got to work on ourselves. Ultimately, figure out what are your downhill habits, and don't create uphill battles, because we all have habits in trading. We all do. We go over them. We're not shy about it. And we as a community, we want to help each other out, help each other become the traders that we know we can be. And that starts with right now, day 1, day 2 of 2026. This trading session starts right now. You're becoming the trader that you're going to one day be right now. So we want to put good habits in place, because I've seen it too often, Josh, where traders, they just they get knocked out of the game because they focus too much on like a singular setup.
Yeah.
They go all in, lose it all. So focus on the sum, focus on your edge, identifying multiple edges, perhaps like Crow mentioned in his call, maybe multiple edges that we can work throughout the year. I know Money Mitch, you and myself, like we're focusing on expanding as well, but you know your bread and butter, you know your pocket pair ace hand, size into that, and then maybe add some other edges to your arsenal of trading. But last thoughts, guys. Mr. Josh, what you got?
Well, right here behind me here, we got a new fresh game of Ninja Turtles going on. So come on over. Who are you going to be? Michelangelo, Donatello, Raphael, or Leonardo? What you got? Who you taking?
Leonardo.
Ah, dang it, I like him. All right, I'll go Michelangelo too. Those are my two. I'm always going Leonardo with the swords, but if not, I love Michelangelo because he's just goofy and loves the pizza, and I like the nunchucks. I don't think anybody picks Raphael because the size are so little. I'll tell you one thing on that's actually really beneficial because it has the most reach. Donatello actually might be the most effective because that bow staff can reach out and hit him with a little bit further distance. Yeah, so just remember that when you're playing a little TMNT. But yes, we could reiterate and say the same things over and over. Yeah, Michelangelo. Yeah, there we go, Joe. Yeah, he's my second favorite. Well, favorite Ninja Turtle, but second favorite to use. Leonardo for like everybody. Got to get them swords out. And I like Donatello. I like the purple and the bow, but I feel bad for Raphael. Like no one's using those size. They're too little. But yeah, we could go over this over and over and over, but we've hit the main points today. Great show, great advice. Please listen to it. And again, like we're saying, even for our own self, we're here on the stream. You can see successful traders or hear from successful traders, but you don't hear them go, and you'll never hear this from any of us. I'm the best. I'm the GOAT. I don't have to learn anymore. Or no offense, back to Allen Iverson. Practice. Yes, Allen Iverson. If you probably went to practice a little more, maybe the Philadelphia 76ers would have won a championship against the Lakers and Kobe Bryant. I mean, Detroit did it. If Detroit can do it, then you could have done it once. Maybe if you went to practice a little bit more. And so, yes, 100%. We're here to keep pushing, getting better each and every day. And yes, we definitely go to practice. We go to class every day. We do our homework every day. And if you do that and show up and do the same thing, you got it in 26 and 27. Exactly. I love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Michelangelo, though. Yeah. Appreciate you, Kevin. Kevin, good. Yeah, exactly. You never make it. You're always making it. It's a slow and steady journey. It's one of those things where like my mom, my mom and my dad for sure, but Avery was talking to her dad about her dad the other day, and he loves any bikes, and he's a big biker. It's a big thing here in Northwest Arkansas, like biking, like outdoor in the hills and stuff. And he was like biking, had a beer, and I'm like, I forgot what I said. I'm like, hey, I can't wait till I'm your dad's age where he's popping a beer at noon because he's made it, and he's made it. He made it. He's done. He worked for Walmart, Sears. He's retired, got his money. Yeah, when we're 70, we can go, I made it. But until I get there and I can look around and be like, yeah, I made it. I'm going to keep working my butt off until I can. Yeah, I'm 70. It's noon on a Friday, and the Razorbacks are playing some baseball. And I'm like, all right, baby. Pop open a cold one. And then I'll go, I made it. I'm going to call up Kevin Blake. Kevin, we made it. Yeah. Get Kevin, we made it. Yeah, we made it.
We made it.
We made it. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, I mean,
real quickly, your name, when I think about that, why I yelled it real loud. Kevin McAllister. Did you like Home Alone growing up, and just the fact that his name was Kevin? Did you kind of have little ties with Macaulay Culkin in Home Alone?
Oh yeah. Second one's the favorite.
Yeah. Lost in New York's a good one. I love Lost in New York. Yeah, that's a good one. They're both good. I was, as a kid, I'm glad they didn't continue doing those. Of course, as he got older, and then I think they did do a third one with a different kid. And anyway, so yeah, those Home Alone and Home Alone 2 classics, absolute classics, my man. Well, have a good rest of your day, good rest of your weekend. Go Hogs. Big win for, of course, you know me. I love my Razorbacks and I love my Broncos. Go Broncos. I'm not wearing my Broncos at today. They got the number 1 seed. So since I saw you last Tuesday, I should say last week, Broncos wrapped up the number 1. Razorbacks won last night. So I'm all about sports this time of the year. A lot of good sports, of course, with the NFL, the playoffs going on, college football in the playoffs. Basketball is really tuning in with the college basketball and NBA. You got hockey in full force, and baseball's just around the corner. I absolutely love this time of the year for sports. So you guys have a good one. Kevin, I'll see you on Tuesday, brother.
Yeah, likewise. Appreciate you all. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, the callers, especially. Appreciate you guys. We'll see you, Josh, on Tuesday. Scanners will be live, so make sure you stick around. You guys as a community can trade together and call out alerts in chat. So we appreciate you. See you Tuesday. Good work today, Mr. Josh.
Yeah, brother.
Good
Always.
calls. Good
Yeah.
work.
Love it. I love it. And I like how we always have our backgrounds are kind of like dark. It's like I feel like we're in dark mode. Kind of matching a little bit.
Exactly.
Where it's a little dark in the background. Yeah, brother. Have a good one. You beat me today. What are you up about 500-600 today?
No, I gave it. I'm down
No, Tuesday.
to 3.
Was it Tuesday you were up 500-600?
Well, no, I was up 600 today. I'm down to 300 because
Okay.
I just gave some back, trading a couple plays. I that's why I'm an advocate of the drawdown, trailing drawdowns. But I'm not gonna like give it all back. But like SXTC, I tried to stab short on this pop up, and it's reclaiming the whole thing.
Yeah. No, this is nuts. Yeah,
Like,
this is absolutely crazy.
Whatever,
sauce.
I'll take. But you're good and green today.
Yeah, I'm up 195 just on a couple of Fly X trades. I never got filled fully early. It's 500 shares allotments, unfortunately. So I mean, which is good size, but yeah, I want to get filled about 1,000 shares, and say I got filled smaller 500 shares a couple of times, just a couple of small bangers. But hey, green's green.
Yeah.
I'll take it. $200. It's better than losing 200.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm shutting it down too because otherwise I'm gonna sit here and give everything back. So
Yeah.
it's one thing I'm working on. Just take it and run. But yeah, good work, man. I'm serious. We should. That would be so fun, man. If we did we got put on the road and did like a small cap tour, like trading. That would be awesome.
Oh yeah,
man.
dude.
Like,
Yeah,
just-
yeah. I would love that. Yeah, for sure. We need to get
I'm
something.
sure.
Talking with cats and do something with Trade the Pool to where we were like did like a stop in Orlando, a stop in New York, or I don't know. We'd have to figure it out. But yeah, that would be cool.
Oh, dude. Well, I'm sure they got a lot for us in the future.
Oh, yeah.
We're gonna grow with them.
Yeah, and
We're
I can
gonna
tell
grow
you,
with
of course, like you were saying, the stuff that they kind of keep hitting us up to do more, and it's slowly but surely we're doing more for them. So that's what I'm saying. I can't wait till the end of this year to where we're at and how much we're doing for them. So yeah,
Yeah. I can't wait, man.
yeah, brother.
Appreciate you, Josh. And the fact that I was thinking about it earlier, just the fact that just pretty much they threw us together, and I mean our story,
Yeah.
our story is kind of like our start from around the same
Yeah,
time.
no, it's funny. Like I said, I always go back to that sports because it feels like we're like free agents and they're the team. Like, oh, we want them two. There's our point guard. There's our shooting guard. Let's get those two.
Yeah.
I love it. That's what I feel like. So yeah, I'm like, hell yeah, I fucking love it. Because of course, like I said, being so big into sports, it feels cool to be like, I finally got traded to, and I got drafted or whatever. So yeah, it's cool.
Where are you at on the house?
Still, yeah, just the land. The house is can be built at any time. It's just the land and the houses around it. I'm waiting on a couple more to get built because I don't want. There's a couple because we're the last house on the left, and so there's a couple more that are going to get built. And I do not want to drive up and down that road where a couple like when the other houses are being built. So I don't want to be built. And there's a couple that are back there already built, but the construction and the back half of the road is still gravel, because they're not going to fully pave it, or the owner of the land, which I know him, but he's not going to pave it until the last house is done, which is going to be me. And so yeah, I'm just waiting for the word that once all the other houses have started, then my house will start. So once I know all the other houses will have started, then that's when I'm going to start mine. So then mine's going to kind of be like the last one done. Because I don't want to. My mom was even like, we went back there one day and she's like, she asked the same thing. Well, when are you building? I was like, I of course want to get in there. She's like, I'm just letting you know. Mom does the mom thing. I'm just letting you know. Because she moved into a new neighborhood when they moved in the house, like their kind of forever home. It wasn't built, but it was a new home, new neighborhood construction, right?
Yeah.
And she was like, Josh, for 2 years, because they kind of built, they kept building into that neighborhood behind them. She was like, Josh, for 2 years, I had dust coming in. And then she was talking about, she, went into her little bitch mode. And I'm a lot like my mom. And she was like, how you are with those cars. And oh my gosh, the inside of your house, and you'll just see dust, and then there'll be dirt in there. You're like, where's this dirt coming from? I'm like, okay, you sold me. Yeah, I'm not doing it. So yeah, she was kind of told me like, yeah, it will be dusty. And then have like, and then she even had this where like, once every 2 months you have a nail in your car because or a screw in your car because all the fucking construction and those vehicles dropping things out of their dump truck or whatever. And so she was like, yeah, that happened a lot too. Anyway, it's like, yeah, all right, cool, I will be the last person to build.
Yeah, I mean, you'll probably be grateful for it.
Patience, stock market, man, patience and discipline, bro.
Yeah, stock market patience. I'm gonna grab some lunch, man.
Yep, same.
Appreciate you.
Yep, later, brother.
Take care.
What's up? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? All right, what's up? What's up? What's up? Activate that again. SXTC FLYX. We'll go SXT. Let's go here. Let's go fly. Let's keep it simple. FlyX, Acon, all still on watch. All right, Q. Yeah, the countdown, right? Aussie chick. I just figured that would help, just so you guys knew when I was coming back on, and I found a pretty cool one. It looks cool. Pretty colors. My wife has an alarm every day that goes off at 11:11 and 1:11. She's cute and goofy like me. That's why I just muted the mic and was yelling. I was like, "Hey, it's." Or I heard like it say it's an alarm. It's some like cute little reminder alarm. I don't know. Anyway, I'm like, "Hey, it's 1:11." She's like, "Hey." Me too. Like, cool. Yeah. Oh well. Yeah, I love my. I love my girls. You love my girls. Yes. But I figured just help you guys out too. Then the music's kind of cool. Yeah, I found it pretty cool. I found a pretty good one. We are having plays hold up, so I was just typing that over in the Discord. You, of course, see it in the lobby as well. We'll go over large cat play spy. Holy tornadoes! We haven't any. Or what is it? What in tarnation? What Looney Tune character said what in tarnation? What was his name? What in tarnation? What was the guy's name that said what in tarnation? What was his name? Anywho, the only real trade I see of the day that a good trend that was set up would be this good trend line crack. So there was a really good trend line crack right there. Not that it'd been hard to get into, but there was a nice trend, is my point. Nice little uptrend channel. Really tight, ugly mess, though, for the day. Now in a downtrend. Something Wile Coyote? No, that's Wile E. Coyotes. Yosemite Sound? Oh, no, I can't remember all the... I loved some Looney Tunes as a kid, though. That was one of my faves. FlyX with a great start. First, the bounce play that I alerted for you guys to take double wise, and then went up to a new high of day. $3 bounce play. Came down, did not get me filled, unfortunately, and it just never did. So what I did was move my orders in the call-in show to this 620, because it went up to new high of day. And I'm like, all right, if we get one more bounce, a new high of day, went up to 730. I mean, if we get another bounce, it's not coming here. So I moved my orders from like 630 to 640, 20, somewhere in there. And I got filled 500 shares, I think, in that dip. Because I was not in the play long, as I noticed I had my trade the pool still pulled up over here. And I noticed, at the very top, it shows you, because I've moved my watch list down, because it always shows you your stupid, like, how much you're up for the day on there. And it was moving. And I'm like, what the? Oh, I'm in a trade? And I was like, oh, I forgot I moved the orders up on FlyX. And it was a good little bounce play. I got in, or like, I think it was 647 entry price of the 500 shares. And as it moved, so it was about, about a 30, 40 cent trade. It wasn't great. It was okay. But she's back off her butt now. And I could have left those orders in all day at 630 in the lower ones. And I probably would have gotten filled there, honestly, all my allotment. And it's funny that this has happened to me a few times this week. MNTS did it the other day, and I've seen this throughout my journey where I cancel orders. I'm like, okay, I love this area, and we're gonna leave them in. And that's why I left them in down here for so long. Just like, okay, well, I'm gonna get filled. Well, it wasn't that area. Never got back down to it. It was an area above it, and it's been multiple bounce plays all day long at that 635, 640 mark. Love it. Acon and Young Cheesy. Really choppy to start the day. It wasn't that pretty. The double top up top at high of day area was just great. It took a little while. It was really crazy because we had this tight bull flag forming right here. Had a tight bull flag forming, then whammy, I was watching it live. I was on the TTP stream because I know CR Trader said he was in a long, and I was like, well, there's your bull flag pop. And as soon as it hit up there, it was immediately soaked right back down to 860. I was like, gee, gah. And then about 2 minutes after that, because this was just an instantaneous voop, voop, and then boof. Then we got the big sell-off, and then another leg down. And you'd think, okay, this play's over with, and this is what I'm saying overall. Back to what I was getting, my point is, these plays aren't dying off. We saw SXTC, and you know that. We were talking about on the live stream. If you joined with TTP, you heard me talking about it, and I was, gee, golly, wow, here it goes up again. I wanted to take a long on it. I left it alone, but I knew this was going to have a good bounce play. So I don't know how this happens. I'm really... Not institutions, it's not anything like that. No one's in institutions, ain't, no offense, not trading SXTC. SXTC again, it's not like you're looking at something that has you look at this company overall. It's dealing with China and medicine. No offense, but there's no big institutions here in America trading this. This is retail trading. And I don't get sometimes where you get these sell-offs. It's just stop losses, I think, maybe that get hit through this area. It's crazy to see the recovery is my point. Same here with Akon and Young Cheesy. Here goes Fly X popping up now to the high of day, real resistance area right around 750. Akon with the U-shape SXTC halts down all the way to mid twos, then back to 7. All right, so yeah, it's crazy. Good moves here, you know. So that my point being, back to what I was saying, we're getting a big one coming. I would imagine the next week or 2 or 3, and we may not be. I say 500 to 1,000%. I would imagine we're bound to see a big one. I usually notice this when these plays won't give back gains or just coming back to life. Traders are going, they want to see the long. We're not seeing plays die off, you know, downset hut, opening bell, see you later, bye. I mean, even a good example is at Alms. You know, boom. I mean, has a good spike up. I don't care if they have news or not worried about that shit right now. And that doesn't mean any, me, never means anything. These plays can do what they want when they want. Just all about the mob and the mentality of them. Has a little something to do with getting the spark going, but other than that, it's not. These plays can die off in a second. We've seen it. So, look, we spike up from 9-10 area, whatever, really from 8s as we were dying off here, but you can just see where we're spiking from, and we're still just holding up. I can't go through the ringer of tickers that we've seen, you know, do this. And a lot of the time we finally get that one crazy big move. Everything kind of, all the stars align, lower float. Does have a PR, but it's released like right at the opening bell. So, and it's a day that we've had some, like right now, kind of like a day like today, and the next day is even hotter because you got to admit today was hotter than yesterday, and so we kind of had that little slowdown, and we're still slow. It's not like we have crazy movers, 130, 100. You know, we got 230% movers today, some 40, 50, 60s out there, nothing too crazy. But I'm just saying, watch. I'm telling you, I can see a 300 to 500 minimum, up to even 1,000% spiker coming. So just, you know, let's be aware of that. Let's keep our eyes peeled for small caps. Now, again, some people that are listening may just sit back and still watch them. Maybe not be trading small caps every day. But for those that are, it is huge. It's coming. It's one of those things I would imagine we get one. And would love to see, in my opinion, like a gap halt play where we halt up, we gap up. We halt up, we gap up. But before that, we get a couple that kind of get close to doing that. We're like, oh, we're getting there. This wasn't the one. But and have that. Builds a bull flag, squeezes, goes hard, halts up, gaps up, halts up, gaps up, halts up. You know, and we traded a halt play. What was it, last month in December when I traded a halt play? I need to start going through these trades that I'm taking and doing videos of them, you know, and posting these videos on YouTube and Instagram for you guys. And right after I do the trade, which I'm going to be doing this year, obviously more so because Trade the Pool wants that stuff for them to post. But there was one that it was a halt. If you remember back in December, halted pending news came out at opening bell. Huge gap up, flew into a halt up. And I said, well, here's what we want to see. You know, to get this halt up with the gaps up again with the huge halt up, you know, and the gap up's like 60, 70 cents. Let's try to get in on that second halt up, because if we get in the second halt up and we saw the first one, which I think it did exactly like I wanted it to, had a huge gap up. Immediately just started flying up into another halt up, and the gap up was like $7. It was a lot because it was halted on news like it's, I don't remember, 7, opened up at 11, 10. I'd have to go find the trade and go back and look at it again. And I knew immediately, I'm like, oh wow, this has got some heat. If this gapped up that much because it was pending news in pre-market, went live at the opening bell, and went just skyrocketing into a halt up immediately. I'm like, if this has a huge gap up and goes right into another halt up. When it's, and you know that you've seen it before, team, when it's like going into a halt up, you can tell it's like and it's just hitting that area and it's not going, it's all green on the time and sells. That's when you get, and you've traded long enough, you feel it and you trade that and you get in, because if you have a dollar gap up, you're probably going to have a 50-cent gap up and then probably go into a third halt up and then get one more gap up, in which we did, because that's 8 was the sell area. So I think that's right. We got in around 5. Or was it 490, 590? I think it was 590. And then it halted up, and I got in right when it halted up. It gapped up into the 6s, flew straight into another halt up, just as I anticipated. You know, one big gap up, get in before the second halt up. Because most likely, as we know, things run in three, so it's not only going to gap up for a second time in a row really big, but it's then probably going to race into a third halt up. So if you get in here on the second halt up, it's going to not only gap up, but then race into another halt up, right? Those are the plays I'm looking for. And it's, you know, which I had a few people in chat get in with me. I'm sure some people were like, oh, fuck, this is way too scary. And then then what usually will happen, it opens with one more small gap up and then just shoots around and hit new high of day. And it really did that and hit into the eights, if you remember. It was like 830, 840, 850. Because I had a couple of sales right at like 811. Somewhere right around 8 were my exit pricing. Anyway, in the end, I remember getting like, two, a little over $2 out of the most of that move. And that's awesome. I didn't even sell because like up until that, after the third halt up. So you get in on the second halt up. Immediately it gaps up and runs into a third halt up. And I haven't even sold anything because it happened so fast. It opens up, flies straight into a halt up, and you're going like, fuck yes, yes. You're in at 590. I think it opened up at like 640, 630, 650s, and just flew straight into another halt up. And you're just like, fuck, I'm up $1 now. I didn't even have to sell anything. It's been boom. And then it opens up with another gap up. And so now you're up, you're just like, this is heaven. It's heaven. It's heavenly. So I'm expecting and anticipating. Now that play was kind of the lull of when things were starting to slow down from the end of November, 1st of December got hot. This was like mid-December when things were starting to head down to the bottom side. So it never really got more than that and got traction. I don't think, if I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure it failed there consistently and kind of did almost what FlyX did today, where it had a lot of fun at first and then just kind of chopped around the rest of the day. Main thing, though, is these plays are holding up. They're not dying off. We're not getting that first day pop up. And then, like I said, back to alms, usually we get this, and this just dies. It just hits there. After hours comes down more. Next day, Kevin Avery gets his hangover play. It opens at 14 or 13. There's no chart to hold it down. It goes all the way down to like pre-market highs. Then cracks that. By the next thing you know, you look back at alms, and she's back at like today, most days and most times. And you can look back, trust me, and I can show you a lot of trades. She's back down here. By today, she's back. It could even be here or even this in the day of, And that's where we said, full, essentially round trip, what Kevin was talking about earlier, going from here to here. A lot of times plays will come all the way back down to here. That's making a round trip, instead of just one flight, you want a round trip flight, right? You want round trip class, you want a round trip tickets. That's what we almost did. And then we're all the way back. The fact that we came all the way back up, definitely showing some strength. Now we are getting some sell-offs here. 750 sell-off back down to, and that's the kind of what we're on that like this. You're trying to boil some tea, whatever, your coffee. You're essentially boiling water, and your little teapot, and then it starts to whistle at you. And it's like that's where I feel we're at right now, where one of these are gonna bust the lid and just keep going and keep going and keep going. And then that will bring in that mega halter, gap up, halt up, gap up. Oh my God, this thing is just where I cannot believe now. I should have bought down there. That FOMO starts kicking in. So right now, we don't have anything moving. That's why I was wanting to see what this was a good gap up. Even if you took this halt up, you got in here, it opened up here. It just shows you the power of those halts and the gap ups. Now, of course, this is immediately back down. But still could have gotten 40, 50, 60 cents just from a gap, the halt gap type mentality. That is definitely going to scare some traders off, having one round down and 2 rounds down that sharp. So this play probably isn't going to do anything again until the end of power hour, close to the closing bell. Still have to watch Acon here. FYLX, FlyX. I'll go through some other small caps, see if there's anything else moving. Let's just go to the big board. Aussie Chick, Sailing Girls. Since I know you two are here, and anyone else that wants to contribute to the talking and chat. Have you girls traded today? Has anyone else traded? Are you green?
BBBL.
Turn that off. E. BBBA. BBG, they're just like every ticker that ever moves. NUKK. It's like every new high a ticker hits. I'm like, that's annoying. It should be every new high of day. MLTX died off. Acon, we got it. JTAI, that one died off. And yeah, we're good. We got it in the small cap sector. Let's go through some large caps now. Green and about to be red. Oh no! Why are you about to be red? Cut out before you're red if you can. If you're still green, don't hold on. That's the one thing I've done in the past too. If, like, I'm green on the day and I'm taking a and I'm in a losing trade, ain't no way I'm letting the green go. Like, I will be like, if I'm at the table over trading. If I'm like at the table, like, and you're green, even if you're over trading, like maybe you're over whatever. You're at the casino, right? Oh, I almost said I want to go for a short if this cracks the VWAP. I had a feeling it was going to do something like it did, not to the full effect. I had a feeling this was going to get one of those like quick little dump-a-roonies. But point being, you're like, oh man, I was up $150 at the tables and now I'm only up 20. I'm out. I'm done. I'm still up 20. I started the day, as in, say you start with zero, it was zero, but you say, hey, you get my point. You were up 150, and now you're only up 20. And then you could go back to break even, I'm like, I don't want to, I just leave. Like, I'm up 20 for the day. I'm up 20, babe. That's how because we're not real big gamblers and we're usually just the slots. And typically we just find our, like, something that looks cool and fun. She likes the goldfish one, or the one with the fish. And, we'll have our time. We'll be up like X amount of money. And then when we start losing it, we're like, no, not losing it. Because there's a chance you could, if you just keep going, maybe another one will come through and you burst back up and go to new high of day, so to speak. And that's not how I trade, and that's not how I, with my money. So if I'm up and I start to lose it, I'm like, no, I'm still green on the day. I'm going to keep it that way. I gave some back. I'm going to remember that. I'm going to go over this and why did I give it back and what was I doing to give it back? And I like yourself, a lot of time, at least with me with trading, it was over trading. It was like, man, if I just would have stopped there. Kind of like earlier with the guys and whatever, like kind of the theme of the TTP stream today, a lot of it was just, do you have a hard time cutting it off, and saying, hey, this is good enough for today. I'm good with that. It is what it is. Red, try to take a small $40 profit, but added another 3 shares. Oh, gosh, yeah. Oh, dull, that sucks. And it didn't realize it was still in. That's the worst. Hey, I'm telling you, Ingrid, when you start doing this more and more and more, it'll be to your favor of, like me, when I got in my trade earlier here on this, and I wish I would have left all my orders in, but I got filled, when it came back down. I may have been filled in that lower shadow, but I know I was filled in this one because all of a sudden I see my P&L moving. And I'm like, what the fuck is this moving for? Like is in the top, trade the pool, it has that what your is for the day expected, and then what it is already. But then if you're in something, it's moving. I hate seeing that. And so, because I was done trading, so I just happened to see that, which wouldn't have mattered because if I still could be in there, and I would have, I'd be up. That's my point. Look, I'm up. I would have been still up. I didn't even know I was in a trade. I forgot I didn't cancel the orders, and I moved them up. And that happens to me so much. I'll be in a trade, not know it, and I'm green. And everyone's like, fucking, that happened to me. I'd be it's like, it's weird that once you pay your dues and you get good at what you're doing because you have the right levels in, when you fuck up and you forget about shit, it somehow ends up being okay. You're like, what? Oh man, yeah. So that's why if you have that patience, you have the discipline, you keep doing this. We work things out, and we get you to be a successful trader. That then the kind of like the stock god, so to speak, get in your favor a little more. Good alert there, Mo Alley. Mo, good job, Mo, on the alert there. What we're gonna do, since SPY is sideways, I'm gonna go to FlyX in the middle chart since it's a little more horizontal. To the right, we do have one more elevated, and with the vertical look to it, that's CGTL. So CGTL, nice good move on the day, another 100% mover. So that's 3 100% movers on the day, SXTC, CGTL. So good alert there by Mo Alley. Go back to past chart history here. Got to go back in time. Strong resistance there. Right comes in. You can see that right around 270-ish area. 265, 270, 285. That 20-cent corridor. Old support, new resistance. That's going to be pretty tough titty, said the kitty. Resistance. Lower volume play too. So, pay attention to that. Nice U-shape though here overall for Acon. I like the straight up moves a lot more. Typically you'll get a better and faster reversal. Now, yes, earlier this did take a few minutes, till it finally did get that reversal. Staircasing up like that, be careful. going for a short at 9:20, 9:30. Again, it has that kind of staircasey look. We had one yesterday, the day before, where it squeezed through and went a little higher, went to like, say, like 10, which this could go to 10, then get the fill and back on down. It's hard because I hop for okay. See, the account expires in a week, so I have to hurry and make money. No, but yeah, see, that's stuff that prop. So that's what I don't like about prop firms. A lot of them with their rules. Yeah, not by yeah. See, yeah, good job. You don't want that forcing mentality. That's not no offense. You just think about it as someone like myself that knows stock trading, knows the ins and outs. That they want you to do that. They want to force you. They want to push you. They want someone to have that, and they fail, and then they fail, and they do another one. And they just keep coming back, and I was like, man, I again, if I thought about this back in 2016, 2017, I should have never even started trading. I should just opened up fucking prop firms. Just realizing people are going to fail a lot at first, over and over and over. I'm like, hey, don't risk your own capital. Come trade with my prop firm. Here, I've got these guys. I got some money from India. I got some money from over in Russia. I got some money. They got a great prop firm here. Some United States money, some Bahamian money. I found some investors. Yeah, I mean, because it goes back to when this first started becoming a thing, 22, 23. A lot of traders, a lot of newbie traders, starting to see all the prop firms, and those are because they're coming a little bit more reputable and easy and more accessible. There's more of them now all of a sudden after the 2020 area, and like the COVID time. For whatever reason, maybe they just knew that a lot more people are trading and at home, not risking their own capital, but they were all futures based for the most part. And as I tell traders back in 22 and 23 going to that, I'm like, okay, that's fine, but if you can't break down, any of these stocks that I'm looking at right here, good luck with the futures. Like, I just know what I know as of now. Options would be the next hard thing, and then after that, it's futures. It's hard to trade. It's more experienced traders are there, in my opinion, and they really have built their edge, but then also built discipline and patience, and to let things move around a little bit, and that they're going to be read a lot of the time, to trade bigger levels overall, not micro levels. Anywho, this is my thought of what I've heard from other traders and what they're doing, like Caesar Riggs of the world. Which, damn it, I've meant to hit him up, and I'm about to do that right now. I'm going to see if I can't get J Trades and Caesar on tomorrow. J for dual stream Friday. J, and just kind of like a New Year. What's up? How we doing? What do we think about the market? Anywho, so I'm trying to get Caesar and Riggs. But point me, like Riggs he got to that first, like he was blah, 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 now he's been doing this for like 15, 20 years. Like, I'll maybe get down there one day. You can make a lot of money real quickly with futures, and everyone all told me how I'm good with charting and I would kill if blah blah blah. All right, Point me, let's go to prop firms, back to that. And I was working with the trader in 2023, and she just kind of wanted to give up because she was losing money on her Thinkorswim account. And she just was tired of doing that. And then she moved, like, because they were getting big into 2023, like these prop firms, as far as, hey, I can go trade this, $50, $20, whatever the cost. I know they're really cheaper when it comes to futures base, it seems like. But I can get this, see, blah, blah, blah. But she kept failing. And to this day, she still doesn't have a fund. Every time she gets funded, she blows it. So she's gotten to that point where she gets them funded now, but then she'll always mess it up to where she never really gets payouts. And this is back in August of 2023. And I can't tell you how many other traders are like that. It seemed like that go down that same loophole, rabbit hole of, well, this isn't working. Well, this isn't working. And they just keep, and then they and then, of course, there's that. But then, if she just stays on futures. I don't know what she's trying to trade when she's trading futures. I don't do any one-on-ones with her anymore. We're still friends and we talk. She'll join. You'll see her join the live stream every once in a while on the Fridays that are free. That's why I talk about it right now, and I can't. I know she ain't listening, but I'm like, it was too much jumping around at first, and then she goes to there, and it's just my point being, I've noticed that so many, because they're cheap. Like over with Deck pushing that shit now, over at Tradecaster, and just keeps pushing that one-stop prop, and that one person that is just one-stop prop over there, labeled one-stop prop. It's like their shtick, so to speak, their gimmick. They want, hey, come get this account you can trade with for this little bit amount of money. And then there's all these rules, and then you never get funded. Like, what's his face? Kevin Avery has the numbers. I forgot. I need to get those numbers from him where he found them. But it was from one of the prop firms. I don't know which one it was from. Maybe it was from Apex. but essentially it's less than 1% that are funded and getting paid out on a regular basis. It's like 1% or something like that. It's nuts. Just got back. I was red, now smidge green. There you go. All right, Elise. And that's it. Close it up. Like we talked about earlier on the TTP stream. If you caught it, you're done. I'm good. I didn't make a lot of money today, but green's green. I'm not going to try to know there's stuff moving, but I don't care about I don't trade all day long. There are days in their tickers, like that one we had recently where we had a long play that I was trading later in the day because it was just a long that kept bull flagging and staircasing up throughout the whole entire day. But we haven't had that. We've had a couple of those, but not a lot. We have these, like I'm saying, we have these plays that are holding up. They're not cracking back on down. They're holding the VWAP, and even when they crack below it, they're back on up. Multi-day runners then ensue after that from them. So I just feel like we're getting a huge supernova move in the next week or two. Sometime soon, I would not be surprised if we saw a 400, 300, 500, 700, 1,000% mover. Had a point, so I was relieved to get back to green before I had to go. Now can't seem to feel good about it. Yeah, well, I'm just like that way already. I'm like, like I was saying on the stream earlier, there's just this cutoff in my head, so to speak, where I'm like, I'm done. I'm absolutely done. I don't need to trade anymore. I do want to bring this up, which is really cool. Let's go back to MNTS from yesterday. Check out my line of support from yesterday at 280 or 1280. Now is resistance there all day long. It looks like it because it wants to squeeze out of it. Wow. Beautiful. This is why I say put your lines in and trade them. Put those lines in, figure out which ones you like the most, then start to trade them. Boy, I'm telling you, SXTC making this Chinese type of moves. I mean, golly. Exactly what they're known to do. I'm going to take a little break off the mic. I just want to jump back in here before I'm going to come back. Don't worry for Power Hour. See if we do get any power in that hour. Any questions, anything you guys want to go over? Saline Girl. Little therapy there for the day. A little, getting it off the chest. No more time limit props. Yes. And again, you just got to, like I said, what chart is your chart? What chart are you looking for? That you gotta be able to establish that and understand that early on. What's the chart you want to trade? What catches your eye? What trend are you seeing fast? See, groovy, reversal after flush. Yeah. So, I'm telling you, it's the going back through every day. And maybe if you need me 5 days a week to go over them with you every single day and what's happening with them, we can do that on the live stream even as well. But it's that. It's definitely going back over your trades every day. Why and where did it move? Why did it do this? Yada, yada, yada. That's the huge thing in my opinion. I like going over to YouTube and see all the people that are streaming live and to catch just new people who are streaming live. I'm like, who is this guy? Hey, but you just don't see everybody streaming, but it's fun to go in there. I'm like, who's this guy? That's a new guy. I haven't seen this guy before. All right, reversal after flush, Miss Saline Girl, Ingrid Aussie Chick. Yeah, especially my and Elise. I don't know if you are, but I know Saline and Aussie Chick are some big car girls. They love them some cars. Love them some cars. Love some cars, which I do love to be able to talk about cars with you guys. 100%. It's nice. Problem is also if you can't control your discipline. Oh yeah, take your stops. Not at it. Oh yeah, for sure. Definitely. Yeah, I'm definitely, let's see, love horse, yeah, right. Yeah. It's fun, man, look at it. I had a feeling this was going to be a good play here and just reversing back on down here a little bit more and just trusting that chart. This is one thing I want to start doing more you know, is getting in on these shorts back again a little bit more. So it's not getting them a lot of the time. Today, these were really nice to see, these $1, $2 flushes here. Yeah, definitely. I was trying to find that one that I was just looking at, that M4 competition, that 2018 one. Ah, there it is. There she is. There she is. Does this one have better lighting though? Is it the same roof? Regardless, this one though, man, yeah, this is definitely want to get me in a car soon. You know, you guys with all the cars, just being in cars. I'm like, oh, when I was looking at this one, this has got this is the older M4 comp, but this is 2018. I love the look of the new ones though too. I love the look, but I was just, you know, kind of looking for a play vehicle, and I was like, I can't do it. Don't do it now. Definitely will have to. I just love all the different. I love this steering wheel is why. You know, I was trying to go through there and trying to find some modifications. You can get these through BMW, so you can tell they got that at the dealership. And find one owner. Check out how beautiful the leather still is in that steering wheel with the carbon fiber. Oh my god. New ones would be dope though too, but yeah, I love some vehicles for sure. I love the carbon fiber hood. You can't really see it on this vehicle. That orange though, this brace strut right there, that carbon fiber. God, that is so dope looking. Looking pretty sexy right there, but this orange, I was like, man, didn't seem like an orange guy, but oh my god, the way that pops, because the way the carbon fiber pops on this and the roof, I can't imagine this in person. Beautiful. Like, here's another one that's for sale where you can actually see the roof. Sold. I love those wheels too, though, as well, but here you go. You can see the car. They actually have a picture of the roof. Why don't they take a picture of the fucking carbon fiber roof? Who cares about this splitter spoiler in the back, which is cool, for sure. Why would you not have a picture of there it is. Okay, there she is. Oh. And in person, and these wheels. I love those wheels. Need a car. There's so many cars, though. I don't want to go through them all that I want to get. We've talked about this the other day, though. I had to say no. I had to tell myself no. Don't do it. Don't you do it. Because now they have a different orange that isn't that same orange anymore. Oh, yeah, they do. Okay, yeah, they do. They still have it. Yeah, they still have it. So here's like the new one in that same color. These kind of remind me of Mustangs, just so you know, Miss Mustang Girl, Miss Sailing Girl. Doesn't this kind of remind you of what a Mustang looks like? In my opinion, they kind of look like, now I guess the front grill's different, but if you like look at like right here downward, it kind of looks like a Mustang in the build of one in a way. This is definitely what I want to do. Something like this here. Let's see if we can find this. Here we go. Yeah. Because see, then I'd want to get like this done to it. So that looks good stock. But then I would want to add like the split, like get something, and maybe get the side skirt going here. Ooh, yeah. Oh, so this is it. This is a 2018. Yeah, this is a 2018. This is just like the one I was wanting to get, or the one I was just looking at. I can't believe the key fob was like that though. They didn't have the cool badass M key fob. This is almost identical to the one I was just looking at, literally. But yeah, that's what the newer ones look like. They do remind me of Mustangs, though. They do remind me of Mustangs. Come on, can I not find a badass one? I can't. Why can't I find a fucking sick one? That I know sailing would just be oohing and awing over here. There we go. There she goes. This is gonna be more up Sailing's alley right here. There we go. There we go. Check out that. Look at that. There's Sailing. Sailing Girl right now might be drooling. Sailing Girl right now might be drooling a little bit. There we go. There we go. Whoa, that's got that. This better have way more horsepower. I don't need. What did we do here? That literally, and this is like, I don't need a park bench. I don't need a park bench. I don't mind a regular wing on the back, but what are we doing there? What are we doing there? What are we doing? Anywho, but yeah, there we go. That one's bagged and probably lowered there, all nice and sailing chick styled up. That's what I love about these. I'd have to find way more of them. But that's what a lot of people do to the BMWs, especially like out on the West Coast. But like, yeah, like this right here, like that. That's done so much. You just have to find more of them. I don't know if like searching the whole entire web. But yeah, you see a lot of that with the M3s and the M4s. I just had to look up what bag in a car meant. Oh, there you go. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Very nice. Yes, yes. Oh, that freaking, yeah. There you go. I know y'all like that M4. Yeah, that's right, doesn't it? Let's see. Let's see. Those rims are sick. Yeah, those rims are sick. I'm not a big car girl. I get my car rush from listening to y'all. Okay, there you go. Those rims are sick, yeah. Yeah, see, there we go. Baggy, yeah, exactly. All my cars have to be bagged. Yeah, exactly. That's so funny. Then Elise is like, bagged? What does bag a car mean? Oh. Okay. Oh, yeah. That's hilarious. I love that. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. No, that's they do that a lot. Yeah. I mean, I have to like we'll go bagged M4. Yeah. Like here we go. There you go. Oh, now we're fucking talking AK style right here. Where'd it go? Where'd that car go? Oh, come on. Don't do me that. And I got to search through the whole form now. Where is this car at? Oh, man. Where's this dude at? Is it on, like, page 1? What's page 1? Okay, here's page 1. Where's okay, thanks for... Is this supposed to be it? I think it's supposed to be right there, but it's not popping up. Damn it. Anyway, that looks fucking... I love that purple. That perp. That perp. But yeah, see, like, here are all these the kits that... Like, that's pretty fucking sick right there. That's pretty fucking sick right here. Look at that. Those wheels, that kind of like bronzy-ish wheels. Whoa, I have not seen that. That's a little different. Oh, that's sexy. That's sexy. And of course, BMW has all their different exotic. This is a real true BMW. You think that's like custom done? No, that's from BMW. That orange. There's so many different colorways you can get on the interior of BMWs. It's nuts, to be honest. Yeah, I mean they're, and then you can change the halo headlight color, whatever you want to call that. You can change those. Most people end up doing like this yellowy gold color, like that right there. But yeah, no, I mean again, they kind of look like Mustangs in a way. I'm just all about the interior too, and I love some BMW interiors. But yeah, this is there you go, Elise. There's your car for the day. Your car segment. Whoa, man, all the way back down to 320. Oh yeah, that Alcantara is nice. That's why kind of that one I was looking at. If I can find it again. Was it this one? No, it's this one. Yeah, this one. Yeah. That's what sold me about this one here was that steering wheel, like this steering wheel, because you can get them stock from BMW. You have to custom order it. You just don't see a lot of them used that way. Like, you know, very rarely you'll see them just have the normal steering wheel. So yeah, to have that steering wheel, and then it has like the RPM LED up here for you too as well. Oh man, that steering wheel's dope. Like that's a dope steering wheel. Like that's pretty fucking dope right there. Or maybe that could be, I mean, maybe that's gears. I don't know. I thought it was actually RPM. I hadn't really looked. I don't think I've seen this picture before, to be honest. Maybe it's newer, but that is a dope steering wheel. Next, that'll be the next thing I get. Definitely will be a car. Carbon fiber roof. Carbon fiber almost everywhere. Sick ass wheels. And then tune it. You know, definitely will then be tuning it. Will be the one that I'm like, oh, we're going to have fun with this one. We're going to have fun with this guy. But yes, carbon fiber. Oh, and the steering, I want that steering wheel that similar to that. Bucket seats, like those, oh my gosh, they're just, oh, wowzerton. BMW carbon fiber bucket seats. Oh gosh, darn, look at these. Look at all the different colorways that you can do. Oh, but these seats are they're so dope. So dope. I love this color. This is the colorway that I have. Absolutely love it. But there are so many different colorways that you can do these in, that they have them in. Of course, the back of it is all carbon fiber right there. But they have so many different colorways that you can do these in through the catalog online. And then there's another one that they have. There's all black right there. This one's probably my favorite. I like, this is like what I have now. That's an M3. That's like an actual seat. Aussie chick knows all about my interior, not in a weird way. Like she got to ride, you know, front seat passenger shotgun. How awesome was that? 0 to 10, Aussie chick. What was that on your ride in Voltron in the X5M competition? 0 to 10. What was that like? What was the interior, the look of her? Because you kept wanting to look at that beautiful beast on the outside. What would you? And then the ride experience. So the overall power and how it moved, maneuverability. So what would you give Voltron, my X5M competition, from not only its exterior look, its interior look, and the overall horsepower ride you get with all that? From a true connoisseur of vehicles. But you can even get these not on the carbon fiber seats. You can get these like on the back of their real seats, like Aussie chick. Like my seats I have now, you know, that look like this right here, but mine are, of course, mine's X5M. Mine's X5M. But on the back of those, even, as you can see here, you can get that carbon fiber. Again, you have to custom order it that way out of the dealer. But they've got, I haven't seen them. There's a Mocha one too. They keep showing the same ones kind of over and over. But they have like a brown one. They have all kinds of different ones that you can do. In the interior too, like as well, you can change that if you want it to be different colors. But yeah, this is probably my favorite though. That's probably my favorite one that they do. But yeah, the carbon fiber seats are yes, that's next. That's coming. Insane, the power and noise, interior stunning, definitely off the charts. Awesome, off the charts. That means 11 out of 10, huh? That's 11 out of 10. Yeah, I'll have to find the picture. It's somewhere. I don't have it saved, but it was an ad for BMW when the 2021 X5M competition came out, and it showed off the laser lights. It showed like it was the updated, you know, generation essentially. That the seats that I have now, you know, that interior. Because I showed it off at Tradecaster, you know, back in the day. I showed it off. I'm like, I'm getting this. And Deck's like, oh, that's so pretty. I'm like, not now. You know, I'm not getting it now, but I'm definitely getting this down the line. But Deck was like, oh my God, that's so sick. That interior and that outside, that blue, you know, the color I got with that interior and that color. Because I'd never really seen that before. Maybe on high-end vehicles, but not like a, you know, no offense, but I didn't consider a BMW like a Ferrari or a Lamborghini. And I was like, man, that dual contrast with the black and that, like, the Silverstone, as it's called, it's like a white cream color. Oh, it's so pretty, that black and cream white together. As you know, it's like awesome. It's stunning in person. Like when you see it in person, you open the door and you have that white with the black on the door. Oh, it is so gorgeous. Like that's why, you know, I always go back to my BMWs and why I love them. That's about power and horsepower for sure. I'm in that son of a bitch the whole damn time though. I am the weirdo that goes off and just looks at it after I clean it, or I'll go out in the garage at night like, damn, she's sexy. But when I'm driving, I'm in it more than so really all right. I'm seeing the inside of it. And so I want the inside to just be like modern, sexy, you know, just elegant. Technology for sure with the, you know, but yeah, that interior with the Alcantara, you know, roof, ceiling, whatever, all Alcantara around you essentially, you know, with that soft leather, touch leather all over the place. Like the dash is soft touch leather, the doors are soft touch leather. Your armrests, you know, are big and soft touch. They also are heated. So you have heated armrest, heated and cooled seats. You have massage seats. I mean, you name it. It pretty. I don't know that it. I don't know if it has something that out there that. The only thing that which I love too. I use here and there. Your cup holders are, you know, your whatever you call them, but your for your drink are heated and cooled. So there's a little button in the cup holders. You press it once, it's blue for cooling it. You press it again, turns red to heat it up, and then again to turn it off. I'm like, it's so fucking dope. The only thing that the Jeep had that this doesn't have is pretty cool is the airbag, the what's it called now? Oh, the auto air suspension, essentially, the whatever, that's the auto, but the where I can by the touch of a button, but now I think it's a knob, but whatever, I can adjust the height, active air suspension or active whatever it was, and it can go up or down like 3 inches. So if you want to, and you could lower it too, like you could lower the new Jeep Grand Cherokees, you can lower them to where it's like exit level, right? It'll lower for you if you're older, or if you just want it lowered, so you have low profile, less wheel well, or you can hire it if you're going through water, you know, or flooding. That was really cool. Not that I used it that much, but it was cool. And then it had night vision. It had a FLIR camera on the front of it. So, and it's really getting used now because I see where my Jeep's at. It's over in Tennessee, over by Chattanooga, outside the city, and they live out like in it kind of like where we would be living, like out in the kind of middle of nowhere. They need it. They're actually going to get use of that camera. And I'm like, well, at least someone's actually using it now and be able to use that night camera, you know, the night vision camera to worry about deer or whatever, you know, on, you know, as they're driving on those back roads. It's cool though. I was like, yay, someone actually is using it or putting it to good use. It's so fucking awesome. But yeah, that was the two things that I missed about the Grand Cherokee. One thing that was cool about the Grand Cherokee, of course, other vehicles do this too as well, but I didn't know this of the Grand Cherokee. It's called Wake Up. It wakes up, so it senses the key fob as you walk up, and so all the lights turn on, so it's cool at night. So you don't even have to unlock it. You'll just walk up, and it'll sense you, and the lights will turn on. The BMW does that as well. Voltron does that as well. But the cooler thing about Voltron, I don't even have to press the unlock. I don't even have to, you know, with the new cars, yes, you don't have to press the unlock button. You go up, and the door handle will have that little sensor on it that you could just, it senses the key fob, and you just open the door. The BMW has auto open, auto lock, and auto unlock. So not only does it sense you, and the lights kind of pop on as you get about 10 feet away, but then once you get about 5 feet away, it'll unlock for you, and you don't have to do anything. So once you get to the door, it's already unlocked. Same thing for locking. I don't have to press anything. I just get out of my vehicle, walk away, and about 5 feet after I walk away from it, it'll lock itself on its own. That's really fucking cool. It's like a Ferrari, kind of like a Porsche 2, where you can just have it, like if you're in drive and you want to park it, you don't actually have to put it in park. You can just turn the vehicle off. You press the button, you know, you have to turn it off. You know, the start button, obviously the start, stop button. You can just press the stop button in drive in the BMW, and it will just shut the car off and parks it right there. I drove Ferrari forever ago, and it did that. I was like, this is crazy. You just press park, and it just parks it if you're in drive. You don't have to press the park button. Like, nope. Like, that's fucking dope. That's really cool. And then it'll sit, like, when you put it in drive, it just sits there. You actually have to press the pedal to get going. So, like, you put it in drive, and it's just sitting there. You have to literally barely tap the gas button, or the gas pedal, and then it starts to go. So it reminds me of, like I said, you feel like you're in a Ferrari or a Porsche. It sounds like it too. V8, 650 horsepower, 600 pounds of torque. And then you get the beauty as well as if you're in like a Ferrari or Lamborghini or a Porsche on the inside. And, oh man, that's why I love BMW. And it's not too expensive anyway. Not too expensive. But yes, it's definitely good bang for your buck. Teslas are too. Back to you, honestly, Sailing Chick. It's that Teslas, for what you get out of them, that's a hell of a deal. I mean, you know, if you don't want to drive that far and you just need a city car, I mean, let's be honest, that's pretty dope for the price. You know, that's why I like. And honestly, a lot of people do still love Mustangs and Corvettes. Yeah, they are. They're great vehicles, honestly. Mustangs and Corvettes, same thing. I mean, look what you get in a Corvette or a Mustang for the price. You know how much horsepower. No offense, not the biggest challenge, you know, just comparing Challengers and Chargers because they just had a resurgence compared to Mustang and Corvettes, so they're not forever. But same for those. But especially like these vets, you're getting these new C8s for 50, 60, 70K. And that's a lot of horsepower for 50, 60, 70K. Of course, I'm talking brand new, 70, 80K, we'll call it that, even after taxes. That's crazy for the amount of horsepower and what you're getting. So yeah, it's bang for your buck. There's certain ones out there you have to, definitely. You can get them and get some horsepower and get some and nice new. But I say new, nice. Everything now is modern. It seems like everything now. You go to Hyundai, you go to any brand out there, and they're like even like Nissans in the interior of these vehicles now. Like my Aunt Vicky has a Buick, and it's kind of like that copycat BMW curve screen. Like the new BMW, like the big curve front panel, where it's just all one screen. It's nice though. It's not, so all these cars now anymore are really nice and modern, and have got more horsepower too, which is kind of funny. But yeah, you can definitely still get a little bang for your buck out there that hadn't gotten too crazy over the top. And for sure. That's electric for you. I just can't stand the way electric cars sound. Like me and Avery, when we're walking the dogs, like yesterday, I'm like, they're like, anyway, we had one come up behind us. I'm like, there's an electric vehicle. Like you can just hear an electric vehicle, and I just can't stand the sound of it. It's like, oh, I have to have an engine. I want exhaust. It's like, I love the way the BMW cold starts and that fucking growl. I was again back when I was at Walmart the other day, and I could tell the young kid, and I can tell when people are like, oh, this is a fucking badass car. And then he was talking to the kids as he was like the other guys that were doing the to go. There were like 3 of them walking up the thing before they walked in, as I was like pulling off, and you could tell. I swear the one kid that did my groceries was like, yeah, that's one fast. Like, I swear he said fucking fast or something like that, because I was trying to eye out what he was saying. So then I put it into neutral real quick and give it, a good rev. But just like the cold start, like the day before, the time before that I was there, and there was a guy, man, well, this is a nice vehicle, and give it a little, and they're like, oh my god, that sounds good. It's not even that great, honestly, the BMW SUV. It sounds good. It could sound better if I'd tuned it, for sure. They could sound really good. But for a stock V8 SUV, it sounds great, to be honest, obviously. The other vehicles that sound even better, for sure, even with modification. But yeah, I love that sound. When I hear electric vehicles, I no offense, but I want to laugh. Going through a neighborhood, because it's so slow. So you just hear it coming behind you. It's like... I agree how those sound weird out to crank. Oh, yes. I'd be right there with you, boo. I'd be like, yeah, this is just... Let me fucking slam some music here. Nothing compares to the sound of... Oh, yeah, the engine, get me all excited, yeah. But yeah, no, that's it, though, yes. That's funny to say this, yeah. Just is like, what is that? And I'll never get that movie. Look, we can go look it up, because I think Dodge Ram tried to do it. Vince Vaughn... Kevin James. It's called The Dilemma. It's kind of like more serious than it is funny. Me and everyone went to the theater thinking it was going to be hilarious. Channing Tatum's in it. And they're like, oh, she's so gorgeous. Wow, she's pretty. Jennifer Connelly, very underrated. When we talk about gorgeous women we have in the past on this live stream, this young lady, God. Anyway, Dodge car fake sound. So there was a point in this movie, and right here, and I don't want to get into it because my stream will go down. They're like, oh, you played a movie. But this is what they're doing. This is kind of, they're coming up with the sound, and I think it's for Dodge, if I'm not mistaken. If like a Dodge Challenger, a Ram, or a Dodge Challenger, a Dodge Charger. And they're coming up with this, it's kind of before its time, which is really crazy, because they're doing the electric vehicles, and they're coming up with the sound for it. Like their fake engine sound. And I never forget when Dodge was trying to do, I think they did do that, maybe possibly, with like, you revved it and it was like and I've read that about actually other vehicles that do that they'll amplify it. I'm like, let's see, let's kind of Google that. Which cars have fake exhaust sound system? Yeah, BMW's active sound design. Yeah, I know BMWs know that. Ford, Mustang, Porsches, Audis, Lexus. Okay, it sounds like it. Use fake exhaust engine sounds played through speakers to enhance cabin acoustics. A practice that is, especially to the Dodge Charger Daytona here. But yes, exactly. Yeah. And that's what I thought. That's why all the time I ever do, BMW uses active sound design. Ford uses active noise control. Audi sound enhancer. Volkswagen sound detaker. Porsche uses sound Symposer? Active sound control for Lexus. Same thing as Ford. Same thing as... Actually, it's like a combo of BMWs and Fords. Oh, man. But anyway. it's not like what I'm like, and I have to find that clip with the whole the movie with Vince Vaughn. But the worst are the like. Here we go.
This video is brought to you by Granger Motors, where you can save up to $1,300.
Can we hear it? Can we hear it? Anyway, I don't want to go through. We can go through this for a while. That sounds terrible. Yeah, exactly. That sounds so terrible. But yeah, no. Yeah. No, hey, that's EVs are definitely trying to make their move into the market for sure. But yeah, I've got to. I don't know if I'll ever have one. I wouldn't say ever, but they would have to be. And that was the thing too at first a lot, and they've gotten better. But all like the Teslas at first or any EV vehicle, their wheels. And I'm sorry, like y'all said earlier, those wheels are fucking sick. Whatever. Their wheels were ugly. It was like a full hubcap. And I think it was for aerodynamics. I don't really fucking know. I can't remember what what the reasoning for it was. Like, their wheels were they're hideous for a lot of EVs. Until I wrote it. Oh yeah, you like I gotta get one. That's like the only one, honestly, that anyone No offense. There's a couple others out there that are fast, but most of them are they're EVs. They're just like we just talked about. They're a car ran by a battery, truly, So it's like you got to think about how strong that battery is, and most vehicles don't have a really strong battery, so it takes a lot of batteries to make that power. So I could, you get the hell, the fastest Jeep ever. You want to know what the fastest Jeep ever is? Look, we'll Google it. Fastest Jeep ever. The Wagoneer S. It doesn't even look like a Wagoneer. It looks like a Grand Cherokee. But the Wagoneer S. It's the Wagoneer. And if you've seen the Wagoneer shoes just look like a Jeep Grand Cherokee. No, it's the Wagoneer for whatever reason. And it's electric. But yeah, 0 to 60 in 3.4. So you got to think about a Wagoneer S hitting 3.4. Faster than essentially the Trackhawk. But you know what I'm saying, though. But yeah. Anywho. It's there. They're definitely, that's not a lot of them. But there are a few out there that have that horsepower, and that's what I think a lot of them are going to get toward. And I think that's just the world we live in right now, where a lot of people they do get, not everybody, but it's a lot of appeal for a big market, I should say, is going fast. So I think that's one thing that's going to be spawn those for the next, well, at least foreseeable future, in EVs, as we're still producing them. Although I don't. We'll see the long-term game on them. I know it seemed like there for a minute, and it depends on that's what like any of the car makers to say and tell me it's all about who's the president, and what they're pushing and what bills they're passing, which is just goofy. That's their agenda. Fucking leave. Who cares? Leave the car industry alone. You're a president. You should have way more important shit to worry about than fucking EVs or gas vehicles. No offense. Okay, let's just make the road for both of them. If anything, you can't be like no more gas, only EVs. What? Well, you want, again, have y'all seen the movie I, Robot with Will Smith? Because we're heading that way, and I don't like it. I'm glad I was born when I was going, like, hanging with my buddy yesterday, a couple days ago, and we were thinking, like, we were born in us right now, living on Earth together, probably born in the best generation ever, where the people in World War II fought their ass off, worked their ass off to make America great like we are, and get up into the food chain at the top, and have a lot of money in this country, to where we don't have to work that hard. Technology is formed to where we got to, at least if you're my age or older, you got to grow up in a society where people could go outside. You got to stay out till dark, and when you heard that whistle, it was time to go home. Or it was when it turned dark, you had to head home. You could go out and be out all day long like myself in the woods. My parents had no fucking idea where I was. They thought they did, right? Oh, he's somewhere over there. He's either at Grant's house or Jeff's house. Maybe in the woods. I don't know. They couldn't get a hold of no cell phone. That was fucking awesome. We could just go do what we wanted when we wanted. And then to grow into that era of having cell phones and being able to contact someone at any time we wanted to, which is really cool. Now we kind of get used to that. But it's not like robots and everything's doing everything for us. And that's what I was saying to Avery the other day. I forgot what we were watching. I was like, man, are we going to be, because we're watching football. No, but it's a commercial or something. I think it was like for 60 minutes. I think it was the Broncos game. think it would kind of ringing a bell. It was a commercial for 60 Minutes, and it was like an update on robots and the AI. And this one robot was just like, he was moving and dancing like almost like a human. He was really moving fluid. And they're showing how the progress with these robots. And I'm like, boy, here we go. iRobot, here we go. Man, they just won iRobot. Boy, all these movies, Terminator 2, iRobot. How many movies they need to show that they're telling you what's going to happen in the future. If you go there, I know it's just going to happen. It's going to be bad. And I don't want no robot doing anything for me, wiping my ass. And then there goes all those jobs and all those sinners. And you think a robot's going to take care of you better than a human's going to take care of you? I don't even get into all that. But regardless, I was like, then that's what I was saying, because we're watching football. I'm like, and it came to my head. I'm like, are we going to be watching the NFL and it's all robots one day because of safety precautions? Like, no offense, but I mean, we get hit and there's been bad injuries on the football field. I mean, I don't think anyone's ever going to die, but let's just say someone dies and now no more NFL. We're going to robots and we're going to watch robots play football. And she was like, I know. I'm like, I don't know. Well, I was like, imagine 100, 200 years from now. I mean, how fast we're trying to develop this already. Imagine 100 or 200 years from now. I'm glad to be living on Earth when I am. I'm just letting you guys know. I think we were probably put here, born, living. Now, maybe we get other lives and we just don't know that. Maybe we had previous lives. We have no idea. Maybe we'll have more to come. I don't know how things really work. But I know this is the only life that I know about. And I'm fucking glad as hell I was born when I was. Maybe it could have been about 10, 15 years earlier. That would then put me 10, 15 years older right now, which would suck, But hey, this is the time frame I would have been wanting to be born. 60s, 70s, 80s. Maybe early 90s. Because let me tell you something. All these kids born, and if you have kids, I'm sorry. Please do your best. But humans born around 2000 and later, 2000 and why we're called, if I was born in 84, I'm called a millennial. That makes no sense. I didn't grow up in the millennium. I grew up in the fucking 80s and the 90s. That has nothing to do. Millennial should be you were born in 2000. It makes no sense. Who also came up with that? What they were smoking, I don't know. Wasn't smoked tuna, that's for sure. Yeah, King Lion and fake sounds. I hated EVs and yeah, Sailing Girl. I got up to make wheels. My Tesla only 2 weeks plus, bagged it. And yeah, tinted windows. Oh yeah, for sure. If I drive fast, all gas. Oh yeah, I like it. Drive fast, all gas, baby. I'll have to rewatch iRobot. Yeah, it's scary because it's kind of reminding me of what we're going to right now. Excuse my French, yeah. Right on. I don't get it. It's what it is. Whatever. But, yeah, I don't, because, yeah, the point being, these people born around 2003, 5, 6, they don't want to work now. Like, Avery had, and she, of course, doesn't have to deal with that anymore, but, oh my God, the turnover rate and how it's just one person after another, and they're always bitching, and I get it, especially, too, it sucks now. Unfortunately, the world we live in, no one makes the money they should be making, like, at all. For the most part, right? So things cost way more, but we ain't making way more. Make it make sense. Oh, it doesn't. And only we get taxed and taxed more. And billions and billions and billions go to other countries and other bullshit that we have no idea. Well, you could look it up to see where our money goes. It goes to a lot of stupid places. We should be taxed less. We should be able to keep more of our money. In my opinion, if I was a president, I would do everything I could to start that. Because guess what? If we have more money in our pockets, what's that mean for the economy? Put fucking money back in our pockets for the economy versus putting money in other people's pockets in other countries. Pretty sure that's not helping our fucking economy. I'd figure out like a stock trader, I'd figure out which one of these billions of dollars and hundreds of millions that we're spending elsewhere in other countries and other projects and going, is this actually benefiting us? Are we making money from this? Because if we are not helping us in the United States inside our border. That's pretty sure what we're trying to do right now. Right? Like, and to me, I just don't get it. If we're taxed less, we would spend more. We'd save more, but we'd also be spending more. It makes no sense. Let's tax them more so we make less and can't spend more. Make it make sense. Any last questions you guys have for the day? We turned lunch commentary into afternoon commentary, which is fine with me. A lot of car talk, which was great. Didn't really mean to get too political. It just would be what I'd try to do as a president. Although I don't think anymore. I don't think what presidents are doing anything. It's all about them and bettering them and their light. And I think there are some presidents maybe here and there that are trying to better the country, but anymore where we've gotten to over the last couple. Anyway, and I'm not for or against any party. I've never been that way. Even as a kid, I'm like, why do we have all these, the elephant and the donkey? Who the fuck pick a donkey too? Like, anyway, I'm like, why couldn't one be like something that represents the United States? A horse, an eagle, an elephant and a donkey do not come from the United States. I'm pretty sure donkeys, no elephants, their background and their geographic origins do not reek of the United States. Like maybe some kind of wild bear or an eagle. Donkey and elephant, never even looked it up. I probably should. I probably even had maybe to learn that back in school, but it was one of those things that I was so irritated in that it was the most dumb back-assward American redneck thing to fucking do. No wonder we were the rednecks from Europe that came over here. Hey, let's go start our own country. These guys are mean over here. Now we're just like, got all this. You got to be in the mafia. You got to be in the, what's that one thing called? The Maserati? What's it called? Not the Maserati. The Illuminati. You know, the Diddy clubs of the world. That one club over, what's that one place with Trump and that one guy now, like Bill Clinton, all these people are over there, that one island with all the prostitutes or the women or the child trafficking. I don't know. I don't pay attention to that shit because I can't stand it. I did watch the latest Chappelle show, the Chappelle stand-up. I fucking love Dave Chappelle. I fucking love that guy. He's hilarious. He tells some great stories too. What do you think will happen in the market with the tariff ruling tomorrow? Tariff. Here's how much I've looked into this. Tariff ruling tomorrow. All right, Supreme Court may rule Friday on Trump's tariffs. Here's what at stake for the economy. Supreme Court on Friday could rule on the legality of President Donald Trump's tariffs, a decision poised to have far-reaching impacts on not only trade policy but also the U.S. fiscal situation. The seat of opinion, let's see under the mishash ruling. Okay, so it says someone expects a mishash ruling. Let's see here. Through it's not certain that the High Court will make its ruling. It has scheduled. So okay, decision. So. Widespread circulation of the tariff policy come up at its core. The ruling will address two issues: whether immigration can burst those reporters and the payment of duties. Okay. However, the final decision could also fall somewhere in between. Okay, so it's either going to be to me what I'm reading here is going to be within. It's funny earlier. Kevin asked how many books I read. I'm like, this is the stuff I read. I run through this stuff. And that's why I don't read books, because I'm a skim reader. I just skim through words. Like I take in, like I see a paragraph and I take in like, if there's like, say there's 30 words in the paragraph, I take in like 20 of them. I skip words. Bad for school. Yeah, right. Okay, got you. So I think it's going to be big or no. It's going to be all or nothing in my opinion. They're going to kind of like say, essentially, in my opinion, what he was doing isn't right. This is bad. This is wrong. We're going to see a huge move. I would imagine to the downside. Or it's just not going to do much, in my opinion, at all. It will be fun to watch, especially being that it is on a Friday tomorrow. So we will have to pay attention to that for sure. So and it'll be cool. I'm going to try to get J Trades on and Caesar on tomorrow. So that'd be good to have them on to talk about it as well. Epstein, yeah, that's what I was talking about. Let's see, elephant and donkey. Let's see, both. Yeah, right. Like bald eagle, that's like the United States last time I checked. Anyway, a bear, a grizzly bear, you know, a mountain lion, panthers in Florida, I don't know, even fucking sharks we have outside. I guess that's not on our land, but sharks are here huge in the United States. I guess maybe they weren't in the 1700s because they, you know, wasn't really a thing back then. People were like, what are those scary? I got dead. This big thing's eating me. What the fuck is this thing called? I'm trying to think of like iconic. What would be an iconic? I don't know why I keep going back to like a grizzly bear, a dog even. Fuck, a damn dog. You know, what's an American Basset? I don't know. I don't know any dog that's origin in the United States. Let's see here. I think they'll rule against him. But yeah, exactly. Give him the path to now. Oh, for sure. My gosh, that's the government for you. We'll see, but I think it's either going to be a big move or no move. Sharks eat people, that wouldn't be so good. Yeah, it's exactly like I was just saying. They kind of eat people. So do bears, though. Bears maul people to death, you know. So elephants, I've seen them trample people, you know. Donkeys don't do much. You know, donkeys don't. A cow, that's American. It's like you put a donkey on there. Why not a cow? Cow, I'm pretty sure at least has made money for the United States. I don't think the donkey maybe did back in the day of laying it, but cow is going to beat that trumpet because no one's using a donkey to plow anymore. Now, maybe a donkey to plow back in the day, sure. Get it, got it. Good. But milk, hello, we've all been drinking milk, and how long we've been drinking milk, and how many milk products there are, how much beef we've had from cows. I mean, cow, it's not even close. Cattle, cow, I don't know how you want to label that. Oh, it's kind of the same thing to me. Toad, frog, sure, whatever. You know, come on, give me a big old Texas steak here and a big old longhorn, or a cow, milk, you know, a big spotted black and white cow. Donkeys use the pull haul, exactly. I get that back in the day. I get it, but can we not change that now? We can't adapt and adjust? No offense, but donkeys, just last time I checked, if you think donkey, you think of jackass. Hee-haw! You don't think, oh, I want to be a donkey. You don't think donkeys are cool. I've just never associated donkey ever in my life with something I'd want to. I just never wanted to be associated with the donkey. No offense, donkey. The only donkey I've ever liked is Donkey on fucking Shrek. The sun coming out. That's like the only donkey I've ever liked. I love Donkey. Who doesn't love Donkey? Eddie Murphy. Absolutely great character on Shrek. Oh, Donkey. But yes, I get the donkey, but elephant I really don't get. I kind of get the donkey because of that. The hauling and even like plowing, you know, like for earth, you know, for like the earth, you know, for like tobacco or corn or whatever. You know, they were definitely used like horses probably back in the day, but an elephant? What we do? Barnum's and Bailey Circus now? Donkey is called an ass for a reason. Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, it is what it is. I'm sorry. It's just me. And again, back then, I've never been big on parties. And everyone was always split. And I realized, like, my parents early on, like, Republican or Democratic. And even they seemed to flip-flop and back and forth. Not that they're huge on parties, but I remember that as a kid. And I'm like, in the Green Party. I was just like, why can't you just vote for who's going to do the best and who you like the most? You're immediately, when you do the party thing, you're truly trying to and are separating people, saying I like this versus this, and then as we now had hundreds of years later, some people are just straight red, you know, they're straight blue or straight Republican, straight Democratic. It's just they're not changing that, or that state's that way. And oh my God, so it's a red state. It's a red state. Oh, you know, why? I hate that got, and now we just most humans are in the United States that way, and I just don't get it. I don't get that. I don't get it. I get, you know, having obviously a democracy, but I'm just saying having split sides, you know, and it just shouldn't be two sides of a party. And I'm a Republican or I'm a Democratic. That's like saying, like when we go, you know, to like the Olympics or in sports, I'm a Broncos fan. Well, I'm a Chiefs fan. Well, what do fucking you think? Broncos and Chiefs fans get along? And I mean, they get my point. I mean, what do you think what happens when Ohio State versus Michigan plays? You know, well, I fucking no, they don't. I like you. No, they hate him. You know, you're choosing a side versus just choosing a human. I would still imagine there'd be chaos and assholeness and, oh, you like that person. Well, at least it still just wouldn't be you're born to a side is the point. Like I don't get that. Exactly. Oh yeah. Well, it's exactly sailing. I just don't get, that's not who I am as a human. I mean, going back to people that I love, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., right? Same kind of aspect of my brain thinking. I mean, you go back to civil rights movement, you go back to anything, it's all, and again, especially when like, what am I trying to say? Media essentially gets involved. You know, when you get news outlets and they push certain agenda, whether now, especially days with Fox or CNN or ABC's, and even those guys, and you can tell certain stations now are Democratic pushing or they're Republican pushing. And I'm sure a lot of them comes back to the money that's given to them. And that's how things run. The world is money. And hey, we advertise in your station. We give you guys hundreds of millions of dollars, Fox. You better believe you're going to push this agenda. And yeah, here comes some sun, baby. 70 degrees today. It is fucking January the 8th. Let's go see what day it was last year. Let's go to my history tab. I should say go to Google. We'll end it out on this here before we continue to. A year ago, I think it was today. I think it was a year ago today, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go to it. There's the 6th. There's the 4th, 5th. Where are we at here? We're getting there. Oh, yeah. It came in on the 9th. On the 9th. On the 9th day of Christmas, my true love came to me. Big peanut butter jelly. She said, I will call you tomorrow. Dun, 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 dun. All right, so here's how it all started. Let's go back actually a little bit further here. Let's go back. We'll go back a little bit further. Here we go. 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 All right. So first off, pull these back a little bit. Here we go. The snow. A year ago tomorrow, I want to introduce you to one of the biggest snows in Arkansas history. And here's how it starts. Round one. It's starting to come down. You know that feeling as a kid, and especially myself, I just loved like the snow day in school. I'm still like that as an adult because in Arkansas, again, you probably get this, Saline girl. You don't get many snows in the South, right? So when you get like that one snow, and it's like one of these snows right here where they're like, you know, they're talking like, you could get, you know, look how much, we could get this much snow. And you're just like, oh man, look how much snow we could get. And then you start to do some good cooking. And you cook yourself some queso. Oh, that queso turns out really well. And then you got the cat hanging out, right? And then right before it starts to get dark, it's starting to get a little bit more snow. And then you take a picture of Groot. And he still has his patch from the spontaneous pneumothorax, and he's got his licking going because he says, Dad, when you wake up, it's going to be winter wonderland. And oh my gosh, was it amazing. Absolutely. Got about 8 to 9 inches of snow. Depends on where I put the measuring stick at. That was on the tire. On the tire of the Jeep. You can see that's my Jeep. You can see Thanos. That's the tire. The snow built up on top of the 37-inch tires we had. Yeah, is that not crazy? See all that right there? It was on that. That's how much snow was built up just on that alone. Crazy, right? Absolutely nuts. 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 And here's like the drift part of it. Yeah, I was like, I have one up to 9 inches, but it was about 8 to 9 inches of snow. 8 to 9 inches of snow. Oh, it was so much fun. I'm like, here's the back of Thanos. All that snow that got built up. Winter Wonderland. Oh, and you probably remember this, Aussie chick. Aussie chick, I didn't know what these were. It was a bunny. It was the bunny. We have a bunny that lives in our...
I guess I saw the bunny emote. I guess. But those bigger ones were scaring me at first. I'm like, that catch some crazy too. Because this is my neighbor's house, and it goes around there. And so I'm like, okay, it's got to be a bunny. I thought I caught some freaky... crazy, but didn't catch it because my cameras didn't catch it. I was like, man, I caught something like...
Here we go, y'all ready? Here we go. Let's listen to it. Oh, where's it at? I thought I pulled it out there for you guys. There it is. This one right here. This one.
This is really fucking weird. So look at these steps. First off, what shape is that? It's not even a foot. And they're far apart. Like that's almost 6 feet apart. What created that? And then it stops at the Jeep. What the like, look at these. Like, what created that? Can someone tell me? And that long, and just one, it's like one long lunge after another. And it goes around to the backyard. The fuck? Look at that.
Then I finally found one, and it made sense. I'm like, oh yeah, it's a bunny. I finally found like a clean one that wasn't in deep snow. That was only like in a couple of like maybe like a half inch or an inch of snow right there. Oh, it was tripping me out. Oh man, let's see here. I'm with you, bro. I hate labels on parts. Oh yeah, part of the. Oh yeah, the common sense party. Yeah, right. Exactly. Oh man, I third that. There we go. See, 50 degrees in New York. I was just outside with my shirt off. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's 70 degrees here today, bro. 70 degrees. Absolutely nuts. The high 73 or 71. Okay, it is 71. I was like, it shouldn't be 73. Yeah, miniature kangaroo. Essentially is what it was. All right, I'm out of here, team. Not really getting anything big here to end the day. I'll pop back in after hours to see if we get any after hour spikes. We haven't had really many at all recently at all. For the most part, it's been a very slow, lackluster after hour. So just know that will probably continue today, especially after our biggest mover of the day turned into this at the end of the day. And it's come all the way back down into the twos again. Absolutely nasty sell-off there. Yep, Broseph, yeah, you too. Broseph, Elise, Saline, Aussie Chick. Have a great, safe, blessed, food for the rest of your day. I'll see you guys all back here tomorrow morning, same time as usual. Been getting the live stream up about an hour and a half, about an hour to hour and 10 minutes or so before the opening bell. Doing levels about 45 minutes before the opening bell. Working my way into the opening bell and looking for that bounce play. And that's what we'll do exactly again tomorrow. First Friday for me in a few weeks. Actually, first Thursday and Friday for me in a few weeks. If you think about it, the last 2 Thursdays, we haven't been here. It's been, last year was New Year, or last year, but last week was New Year's Day. And the week before that was Christmas. So we've been off the last 2 Thursdays. I took off the last 2 Fridays, so I haven't been here on Thursday and Friday for 3 weeks. Woo-woo. Next week is a full week, but the following Monday will be off. So a week from this Monday, in like 3 or 4 days from now, we will be off for MLK Day. MLK Day, we are off. I think it's the 16th of, no, it's the 19th. My bad, the 19th. The 19th. I think it's the 16th of February we're off. Yep, 16th of February we're off for President's Day. And then Monday the 19th we're off for MLK Day. No, I just went back over. I forgot I had the stream still pulled up at Trade the Pool. Tax still over there. Crow's still over there. It's like the same people over there. All right, calling it for a day. Thank you guys for joining. You guys have been amazing as always. See you tomorrow. I'll put some tunes on in just a minute. We'll put some good tunes on. Keep it rocking and rolling into after hours. Bang a ring. Well, I'm gonna keep you forever. I'm gonna get you back on. I'm gonna get you back on again. I got a couple. I'm gonna get you back on again. I gotta get you back on again. I want to keep you forever. Back on again. I want to keep you forever on a Friday. Well, I'm gonna keep you forever. I'm gonna get you back on again. Well, I'm gonna keep you forever. I'm gonna get you back on again. I gotta get you back on again. I want to keep you forever on a Friday. Last question here. Newer traders, or even traders that have which God, thank you, brother. Thank you. Come on. second as Adrian joins in just a moment. But again, second part of the Double Dual Stream Friday, and here he is, man. No, honestly, I'm gonna just so an Adrian, I told the stream that I'm on and all the traders that are watching, I'm gonna save this email because I got the email that says you joined my Zoom. What an honor it is and a privilege to have you on, my man. So thanks for and your background. I thought my background was cool. And oh, you have a cool background. It doesn't even look at yours. Yours is so much better. Love it, my man. So what's the day consisted of?
Now, first off, can you hear me?
I can.
Am I mic'd up all right here?
Good to go. Good to go.
Perfect. Okay. So we're, as you know, we've moved to our vacation house because of the fires and everything up in the Palisades for a year. So our little office and studio here is very much an experiment. So if something goes wrong, we'll try to fix it.
Yeah, you're good.
But I've got everything right down to construction going on right outside the window here. But
love it.
Yeah. So how are you?
Good, doing good. Loving the Good Friday here. Had one of my traders that I've kind of taught, and he's gotten successful earlier on. So some of that's a little newer, and then of course someone that's been doing this for a very long time in yourself. So getting the two ends of the spectrum of day traders, which I love. So good day for me, really about teaching and learning today. Beautiful weather outside. Must be for you as well. How's the weather for you?
It's nice. It's like mid 70s here in Southern California, so it's been a little foggy in the morning. We're on an island now, so it's not up in Los Angeles. It was just sunshine all day, every day, and down here it's fog in the morning and then beautiful all day. So it's really nice.
So
really good.
We'll just get
Good place to trade from.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you're in California, boy, it's definitely. Well, of course, you're going. It seems like back and forth between Florida and California, so you're getting good weather all the time. It seems like.
Yep.
All right, so the trading setup. I see 4 monitors behind you. We'll just get into that, just for just questions that I see. I was a broadcast journalism major. You remember that? We talked about that in Florida, and so I see stuff and I have to have questions. What's your minimum amount of monitors that you want to have? Is it 2? Is it 3? Is it 4? If you had to work with monitors, how many do you like to have? What's your go-to?
So when we're on a travel rig, which we do a lot, then we just have 2 monitors. They're not this big, of course, but for our home office, for this setup, I just want as much screen real estate as I can possibly get. So these are just 4 giant Dell Ultra Sharp flat monitors. The other side of the room over here you can't see is where Julie's setup is. She's got 4 big. She likes the curved monitors. So, data. We're just data driven. And, I'm trying to keep my eyes on the Mag 7 stocks during the day. So I like to be able to have all of those up on a chart behind me and, have all the analytics that I do on them on the charts behind me. So it just eats up a lot of screen space.
Yeah. And and even into that. So I see the Stream Deck behind you. Is that what it is? Stream Deck, correct? Is that what that
right?
Does? Yeah, right. So is that what you typically are using to trade, enter and exit your trades? You use that?
I use it some. So I use it for, if a trade is just a real basic bracket kind of a setup, then I don't have to pull the bracket up on my order entry screen. I can just hit a button and, scale in, scale out. I've got it set up, where it'll do sort of complicated brackets, get me in 100% on, like Tesla this morning. I had a trade where I was, going long on the opening range breakout, the breakout of the pre-market, and I wanted to set that up as a structured bracket for the exit so that I'd have an exit with a dollar profit, and then have 25% of the positions go out at the next level, and 25% at the next level, 25. So you want to set the bracket up that way, and that takes time if you're doing it with a mouse. If you're trying to click. And it's instant if you just have a button to push. So yeah.
Love it. Yeah, I've got a lot of traders that kind of go back and forth between the two, having those, and like you said, kind of the uses for it has its times when you want to use it and such. So, well, I just want to get straight to the basic. I'm sure you get asked this. I'd imagine almost any first-time interview, but I'm the traders, the 200, 300, 400 that'll have view this today, and of course I'll record this and repost it, and so hopefully more and more watch it down the line. Just talk about your journey. When you first started and the differences of 1998 to say 2008, so maybe 2018 where we're at now. Just talk about your journey and the changes you've seen over the years as well.
Wow. So, I mean, we started pretty much trading just the New York Stock Exchange. That was where we collected all the data that we built our trading business on. So we were grad students at the time. We were working on PhDs, and PhD is all about data sets, and you're all about trying to figure out. In our case, it was behavioral finance. So back when we started, this was about there's a specialist on the other side of every trade. And the guy in the booth, we actually had the opportunity to know all these guys because we were down on the floor a bunch. And you started to build this bias of the stock has a personality based on if Jason at the Barclays booth is trading Michael Kors or Disney or Harley, that personality of that stock is going to be different than the guy at Post 13 who's trading St. Jude. St. Jude was forever our enemy because he really maintained his order book differently than some of the guys who we just liked trading with. Fast forward a couple of years and you're adding NASDAQ to the equation because now NASDAQ has become not just it wasn't such a pink sheet exchange anymore. It was a legitimate exchange. It was where some of the big tech names were trading. Microsoft was at NASDAQ, and it started developing in a way that we saw that it was going to be part of our future. So now you're trading ECNs. Now you're going, and back then it wasn't as simple as sending something to a smart route. So
Right.
we were working SOS machines, a small order execution system. We were working you're routing orders to Instinet, to Bloomberg Tradebook, to the island, right? You had to know where the order was being routed to figure out if you were going to have an efficient trade, if you were going to be able to get the size off. And
Right.
so there was a lot of technical skill involved in your order routing. And over the years, it's been they got more and more similar. I mean, they're still very different animals, NYSE and NASDAQ, but order routing isn't such a priority anymore. It's you can use ARCA just to route down to NYSE. You use NASDAQ to route directly into NAS. There's no more gamesmanship of trying to figure out where you're gonna send your order. And it's been 97 was really when I wrote the first book, and really the book that still guides everything that we do today. It was all based on market cyclicality and the fact that market cycles are things that happen on the macro level, and they're things that happen on the micro level. So you get all the way down into intraday data, and you're seeing the exact same patterns setting up as you see on the daily charts. And that's been the hallmark of our trading, I think, and the reason that we've been successful is we've kept it pretty simple. And you don't see on my charts, you're not seeing a bunch of indicators. There's not a lot of, I keep 2 standard deviation bands up. I keep the volume weighted average price on there, the VWAP. I keep the anchored VWAP on. And then other than that, it's just drawing a bunch of lines on charts, figuring out where the order flow is. About 10 years ago, Bookmap came along, and that's a useful tool. Lets you see. Now we're equities traders. I think it's more helpful on the future side. For us, it's helpful for scalping, right? So for tighter range trades, we look to it and treat it the same way that we've treated order flow since the beginning. So the thing that's hard for some of the newer guys we work with, where we'll do these boot camps, and it's a once a year thing. We do a boot camp for 20 traders, and when they come, a lot of them are coming from a totally different profession. We've also had market makers, guys who are floor traders who are now going to be upstairs traders. Different game, right? It's no longer just order flow that's non-directional. Now you have to have a little bit of a directional bias in what you're doing. The market makers, they get it. The retail guys who are coming in for the first time, they'll see something on the Bookmap. They'll see 10,000 shares, 50,000 shares, 60,000 shares sitting above the market, and they'll say, "Oh, market's going to go down."
Right.
And I'll tell them, no, market's going to go right to those levels.
Yeah.
Because as a market maker, right, you're compensated for this order flow. You want to get to the order. You might buy what's in between here and there yourself just to get it to the big order.
Yeah.
And so that's counterintuitive. And I tell traders a lot of times that your gut's always going to be wrong. I've got one guy who's a gambler who is, sadly he's a gifted trader, but he's definitely a gambler, and his downfall is always if it's going up, he just thinks it has to go down, right? It's gonna come in because it's
I
up
know
too high.
I know a
It's
lot
up
of
too
those
high.
traders. Yeah, I know a lot of those traders. Yeah.
And I tell them every day, I just say, you know what, if you see the order flow sitting there, then think, if I think back to when Julie and I started trading, and we were definitely order flow traders when, we've run hedge funds, we've done the whole gamut over the years. And if I see a big block of orders sitting there and I know that I'm going to get paid $2 per 100, or as a $2 broker, you're getting $2 a 100 shares you're transacting. I know a guy who bought a beach house in the Hamptons in one IBM trade on the floor.
Wow.
This is a long time ago, right? This is when you're still executing these giant trades. But that's still very much the mentality is you go to the volume. That's where you got to take your market orders and clear out these big shares you're trying to move. And if you can just get people to the point that they say a lot of trading is not about intuition, it's about counterintuition, then I think it gets easier for them to be profitable.
Yeah. Talk about validity. Of course, even when I started in about 2017, 2018, speaking of the Mag 7, which I've gotten into finally and paid attention to this decade, not much when I first started, just how much more volume, how more volatile the stocks are. Has that changed your mentality? Again, I love what you were saying about the simpler, and it made my heart like glow with you anchored VWAP or your VWAP. You don't have the lines that you have in aren't a bunch of indicators. You're essentially putting the lines in to trade the chart, and you're keeping it very simple. So I loved hearing that. So has anything really changed much then since we've gotten more, Tesla and Meta or any of these plays that now can move $10, $20, $30 in a day? Has anything changed because of that?
For me, and I apologize for the noise, Newport Beach is putting our utility lines underground.
You're
So
good. You're good.
It's going to be that kind of month around here. But, we've definitely made the shift. So the NYSE stuff that we've always done is still to this day automated because the personality of the exchange, the NYSE listed securities are going to be much tighter to support and resistance. It's still pretty much a designated market maker system where, one guy is deciding where he's a buyer, where he's a seller. Open that up and go to the more volatile stocks, the Teslas and the, we trade a lot of Tesla, we trade, but we also trade Amazon and Apple, right, which are not very volatile.
Right.
And really, it's just a matter of you need to know how you're going to bracket up that volatility, what you're going to do with the volatility when it's in front of you. And on something like a Tesla, we tell our guys the important thing is figure out your risk and make sure you've got a stop that's a very natural stop. You have to, whether it's if you're trading Horton one of the home builders or something on the NYSE, and you can set your stops at 40 or 50 cents. That's a natural stop based on support and resistance. If you're trading Tesla and it's a $4 stop, it's still got to be based on support and resistance. Can't be, market doesn't care how much you're willing to lose or what you'd like to make. The market's going to go where the order flow is, and the order flow is what determines support and resistance. So we tell people, just scale the size. Don't move the stop. If the stop is too big for you, trade 50 shares, right? You don't have to trade 1,000 shares of everything. I mean, we'll take smaller shares of Tesla. I'll do 500 shares on a Tesla trade all day and keep the share size lower just because I don't want the extra risk. Right. Or on the indices, I've gone and I do a lot of trading on the QQQ or the spiders, and I'll do that vis-a-vis the futures market. So I'll go and trade NQ or ES because I don't have to put out so much margin, right, to control the position. You can just a couple contracts is enough it'd be $400,000-$500,000 a margin on the equity side. I do my analysis on the equity because that's where I'm comfortable analyzing things, and then I'll let the trade go off in the futures. But all of it, when it comes to volatility, is about you need to control your entry. So I've got, the gambler I was talking about, John. He's not embarrassed to be called out. He's like that stubborn about the whole thing, and he, his biggest problem is on the entries. He doesn't wait. So I'll say, look, you want to do Tesla, and where you want to get in $440 on a pullback, let's say, and then we're going to take it long. So number one, he hates waiting for it to revert to like a fib level or something, and if he's going to be long, then he's got to see it bounce, he's got to see it inflect, and then instead of getting in 440, he's getting in at 442. And I'll say, well, listen, if you got in at 440, your stop was like 439. You got in 442, your stop's still 439.
Yeah.
When it comes back to the entry price, I'm at break even, you're down $2.
Yeah.
You need to go and figure out how to control this risk a bunch of different ways. And it's this, stubborn insistence to say, well, he says, well, if you think it's going to 440 and it's at 447 right now, then what I'm going to do is short it because I think it's going to fall anyways, and so do you apparently. And I'll say, no, I don't think it's going to fall. I said, if it gets there,
Right.
that's where I want to go long. But it might go another $4 like it did this morning, right? They took off.
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
It took off. We had a totally different. We had a great trade on Tesla first thing in the morning today, but it's not waiting for it to go in reverse.
Right.
And he wound up digging himself out of a $5,000 hole pretty much the entire session today, again, because as the thing made 1 bar, 2 bars higher, by the time it was 3 bars, just magically, magical thinking is, well, now it's going to reverse and it's going to go lower because Adrian said he's waiting for a fib reversal.
Right. Yeah.
And had nothing to do with I was waiting. I wasn't. You've got Bernard Baruch, like 100 years ago, said successful speculation is the art of anticipating the anticipators. I think I got that quote correct.
Yeah.
And that's very much true. You just have to figure out where it's likely to go and get ready to do something if that likelihood, if that plays out. And if it doesn't play out, just work on the next thing, work on the next idea until you finally get in front of something that actually does what you're looking for it to do. I only have 3 trades today in Tesla, and I just had a text from John saying, it took him 70 trades to dig out of the hole that he was in. 70 trades with a $5 commission on each one.
Yeah.
And you're putting yourself in front of a lot of risk just to get back to zero because you're not willing to wait for the right trade. So that's my take on volatilities. You have to make sure that the opportunities you get in front of are really there. And when they're there, you want to get in as close to your stop as you possibly can.
Right. Everything I love that you're saying, I'm like, yes, this is the stuff that I teach and preach to my traders. So I want to be like, guys, you hear what he's saying? I say this all the time. So coming from you, I love hearing this stuff. But I did the same thing early on. I overtraded, and I'd say, why am I trading 40, 50 times in a day just to get back to even? And I'm like you. I trade 2, 3, 4. I mean, I don't have, there are setups in those days where you may trade more, but I love exactly all the stuff you've been saying. So let's just go back to almost, speaking of John, how big to you is back testing? How big to you is journaling? How big to you is tracking and going over what you're doing?
So journaling is huge. Back testing, back testing is very useful as long as you're not curve fitting your data. So I'm all for biases. I think if you're back testing a system and you want to layer on biases about the market, okay, well, I don't want to trade. So we don't trade Mondays really. We just trade the open on Mondays and then we let them. We go do other stuff. We're very much about just trading the first hour. The first hour is really our bread and butter. We're very much about Friday afternoons with 0-day options and all this stuff. Friday afternoons are a problem, and you want to, if you are trading, you want to do things like look for call walls and look for put walls and see is.
Let's see if it comes back up here. I noticed.
On my charts, people ask me what the volume by price data is showing. The stuff on the y-axis on the right side of the chart. Why doesn't that look like volume profile? Well, that's a hierarchical cluster analysis of volume. So what I did was back tested a bunch of ideas about, how do you figure out whether or not volume is important at a specific price level.
Right.
And if you're putting that model together and you're saying, great, I want to know, is this valid, and is it valid certain times of day, certain days of the week? That's fantastic. If all of a sudden you're back testing a system, and you're down to, geez, if I've got bread in the oven and sunny day, and this is going on, that's going on, man, I've seen people come up with these crazy ideas where they
Whoa, no, the Zoom just shut down there. Oh, good golly. Zoom just shut down on us. Oh, God bless. Having some issues. All right, team, we're working on this.
are people who are just sort of trying to figure out. I've never met an unprofitable paper trader, but
Yeah.
when you're simulating, if what you're doing, I'll still, if we spend a lot of time at airports and things, and I'm going to give speeches for whoever. I mean, going to New York or going to Milan, you've got a lot of time on your hands, and I'll sit there and simulate a bunch of trading ideas in. I'm friends with the guys at Trading Sims, so I use their stuff pretty frequently. I'm not trying to say, geez, if I do it exactly like this, what's going to happen Monday morning? If I get profitable on this thing, then, I'll be able to translate that idea straight to the market. I'm just trying to test ideas and see whether you're back testing or you're forward testing or you're simulating. It's all good stuff, but there's no substitute for sitting in front of the machine and actually doing the trades. And as for journaling, you've got to journal. I mean, today our journals look very different than they used to. When we started trading, our journaling would be, down to the minutia. Didn't feel great this morning. Traded anyways. Here's where we wound up. Trade by trade analysis. I was looking at this setup, and this is what I was thinking at the time. And today our journals are more just, it tracks every trade, looks at it. Is it one of the patterns that we saw? And if it is, did we play it by the rules? Did we break the rules? You break the rules, you're back to school, kind of a thing. But for newer traders, I think you need to hit pause after a trade and write things down and get as much information down on a piece of paper as you possibly can about why you got in. Did you tick everything on your checklist? Did you do everything the way that you were supposed to do it? And then what was the result? And then you just review that stuff maybe once a week or once every couple of weeks, go through and say, all right, I've got 2 weeks worth of data, together. How did the system perform?
I love it, boss. Unfortunately, my internet too today, because I will say, well, which I don't know if you can, we talked about there.
Hey, what's going on with shipping? Sal Mercogliano here, live. We're going to take you over to the port of Long Beach.
volume pattern is something I call fastball in my book. So if I've got a fastball set up, expansion of range, expansion of volume set up, then tomorrow I want to get in 1/8 of a point or 10 cents beyond the current day's high or the current day's low, depending if it's a long or short. And I'm going to set a target then on a daily chart, and I go and find a stop on an intraday chart. So that's the first step in my process. I find maybe 5 or 6 stocks in the bunch for tomorrow that go on a trading plan, and that trading plan is automated for us, and that runs itself over the course of the session. Then I go through the NASDAQ stuff, and I look at the Magnificent Seven stocks, and I figure out for the Mag 7, where was the order flow today? Where was the heavy order flow during the session? Where do I see big volume? I go through and I analyze the tape. I've got the program that's telling me where the big money was moving. And do I see support and resistance at those areas? And do I see the volume by price data aggregating in a way that says, hey, if we get back into these levels tomorrow, we're probably going to get a repeat. We're going to get a pop right through these levels. So that's a second trading plan that I put together every day. So I put together the around the horn plan, which is for automated trading. And then I put together the volatility band trading plan, which is going to be stuff that we need to screen time for. Right? We have to be in front of the computer to do it. The next morning, pre-market, we're setting up an arbitrage trade in Apple. So, when Julie was training and getting licensed to be a market maker, an option pattern is something I call fastball in my recent book. So I decided not to do it. Fastball setup, an expansion range, expansion of volume setup. Then tomorrow I want to get in. You look at options and you say, these are bets. These market makers are effectively taking bets. The current day's high or the current day's low, depending on if they're making money. And I'm going to set a target then on a daily chart. They take it in premium. That's how they make their living. Well, in the morning, we see NASDAQ flow 5 or 6 stocks, and we see that in the pre-market, tomorrow the order flow at a certain level. Then we're going to bet that if price comes back to the level that it took off from, that it made a move higher from, that what we're going to see is market makers who are getting negative delta. They want to be delta neutral. They're going to start taking in stock. They're going to push price. So it worked again this morning. So if your guys pull up a chart of Apple with the pre-market, and they look at where the pre-market low was and where the inflection was back higher again, then look at the open. As soon as Apple came down and touched that pre-market low and started moving up through just the central pivot, right, just the floor trader pivot, that thing took off like a rocket. Another good trade for us right out of the bell. It's a market maker. So that's our workflow, right? So before the market opens, we're looking at that. 5 minutes into the session, we've got a scan that has gone through and found everything that gapped 2 standard deviations of volatility. So if you take the volatility that you would expect in a stock, you add it to yesterday's close, you look at the volatility that happened today in the stock, and you say, is it 2 standard deviations out in terms of that volatility? Fastball. If it is, and it's based on earnings news, earnings is the gold standard really for this morning. There were also some pot stocks, like Tilray. We did well with Lululemon. We did well with this morning. Those were 2 standard deviations of volatility out. That's our trade from 5 minutes into the open until 30 minutes of trading have gone by. And over the course of the first hour, the only other discretionary stuff that we're looking at are those volatility bands and things like Tesla, NVIDIA, Meta, Microsoft, Amazon, Apple. And the beauty of it is our workflow is exactly defined. So we know you're not sitting here looking at some list of movers. You're not looking at, is something doing a big range move intraday. You've got it right in front of you. You know what you're supposed to do, and there's no guessing. Because here, anyways, we're trading at 6:30 in the morning, and I'm not necessarily that good at 6:30 in the morning. I don't want to be hunting and pecking and trying to figure out a pattern. Is this an opportunity? So I've got a fastball. Am I maybe missing something? Am I not looking at something that I would normally look at? I want to make sure I'm completely prepared for whatever trade I'm in front of. I don't have a checklist anymore, but I have a checklist up here, right? I know exactly what the stock needs to do in order to be a candidate for the trading. And I mean, this morning off the, right off the open, we were 6 for 6 on our trades, right? It was And it's not because we're so fantastic as traders, it's because we're organized and we know the probabilities of the setups that we're going to get into before we ever pull the trigger on a position.
Right. It just reminds me, I was just always come up with goofy analogies, like when you're cooking something, you're like, I'm going to cook cookies, and you just start grabbing like bananas and peanut butter, and then you don't grab flour and sugar, and you just grabbing, I'm going to grab some hamburger meat, and then I'm going to grab some onions. And that's not how you cook cookies, right? If you're cooking you have the same ingredient list every single time,
Right.
and you know that list, you've cooked it so many times, you can just go in the kitchen, you know exactly what you're looking for, and you can do it just like it's nothing. And that's just stock trading. It's just having that defined process. Going back to your process also, and when you're trading, when is that? Do you trade all day? Is it just opening bell, first hour or two of the day? What's your trading hour time frame? When are you trading?
So this goes to what's your why? For us, trading has always been freedom, and we trade. Our son was primarily homeschooled. He's in a hybrid homeschool high school now, and he thrives because he's grown up all over the world. So for us, the important thing was, if I was doing a speech in London, I used to do stuff for the London Stock Exchange. We'd go to Milan. We've done everything, from the CAC to the DEX, and when we got there, our deal was always, like I said, this place on the island, here's a vacation house. So Julie would swap the vacation house for something wherever we were going, and we would live there for a month. And our business was portable, and we loved the fact that we could just trade the open, or in some cases just trade the middle of the day or the end of the day. And that's why it's probably structured the way it is, where we know exactly what we're supposed to do at every point during the session. Most days, 90% of the trading that we're doing is first hour. We'll let the program trades just run over the course of the session. I personally feel like there's a lot of opportunity at the open. You hear this, amateurs open the market, pros close it, all this stuff. It's not really like that. You just have to understand the time that you're working with. You have to go and look at those volatility profiles that you were talking about and understand how the market is different right at the opening bell than it is at noon. If I'm trading in the middle of the day, it's usually going to be Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday that I've got trades going off in the middle of the session, and that's usually right around that New York lunch time. So what I'm looking for is stocks that are range bound, that still have enough in that range to give you a profit. So it's going to be the Teslas, it's going to be Meta, it's going to be stocks that are volatile enough to have $1 worth of range when they're doing nothing but going sideways. And at that point, you can just look at them and say, well, where's the buying, where's the selling? The bookmap stuff comes in really handy then. And you draw your lines on the chart, and you're just looking for maybe 2 or 3 trades over that part of the day where you can lay on, 500 or 1,000 shares, any amount of shares. Do 100 shares, right? You're making $100. It's better than a poke in the eye. You're making some money.
Yep.
And you can get used to trading any one of those time periods, but you have to be focused on what's different. And if you go into it guns blazing because you're making money in the morning, then this is where we've seen over there. I mean, I've worked with thousands of traders at this point in my life, and where I see them make a mistake is they'll talk about it. I hear it a lot. The gambling analogy is unfortunate and strong with a lot of trade. Well, I'm trading with house money. And I'll tell them all the time, that's only going to be house money until you lose it.
Yeah.
When that money starts going away, it's going to be they took my money. The market took my money. And the best thing you can do to avoid that is just be very, very conscious of the different time periods where are you good? So like I said, John is great at the opening bell. He can pull $2,000 out of an open, trading small share, trading like 400, 500 shares every day of the week, and then get such a rush from the whole thing, right? That he's got to pull that handle all day long, or I don't even know what it is. I do know what it is. It's endorphins. It's stuff that goes on in your brain, and goes into the rest of the day approaching it the same way as the morning, that he's anticipating pulling these big gains out of them, but they're not there. The middle of the day is going to be very different. and you're going to feel like you're working very hard for not a lot of money, and that makes people make mistakes.
Yeah, dude.
So
yeah, you're all over it. I just love it. I love what you're saying. You say all the stuff I say all the time, and it's just that. I mean, I go bigger in the morning. That's where my edge is at. Well, okay, I've made some money. Well, later in the day, I know the risk needs to be a little bit smaller. The trades may be even smaller if I'm trading at lunch. So why would I go with bigger? I'm going 100 shares. I'm going smaller. I'm going bigger earlier where my edge is at, and going smaller later in the day. And that's you've said that. I've heard that so many times. The whole house money. They give back gains. I mean, how many traders like you have worked with or talked to and said, oh, I was up this much, and then they keep trading, like you talk about. Those endorphins go off, and they give back their gains. It's so. I just love that when I'm talking to someone that's been doing this for as long as you have, I should say. I'm like, yay! I keep saying this, but it's on the right path. So I'm glad to know that I'm thinking and hearing the same thing you are, and from those other traders. So many traders hearing and watching this. That's why I always say, like, listen. I may say it, but when you hear this repeated from, you and all these other traders I try to get on, we're essentially repeating the same stuff over and over and over. It's got to somehow plug in your brain. And if it doesn't, then yes, you get that gambler mentality that traders get stuck in that. It seems like it never can get out of it.
The mistakes people make have been universal, right? I mean, it's like I said, we started doing this boot camp training, I guess, 12 or 13 years ago. And we put them through the ringer. We put them through. I mean, they're doing 60 hours of online training first. That's sort of the canned part of this. They're going through 600 pages of a workbook, and then we do it in Miami Beach. We've got a place in Miami Beach, so we love going there, and then we do it at this great hotel. Now you got 20 guys in a room. They've all learned the same stuff, and now we're going to trade with them, right? We're doing live trading. We're trading over their shoulder, and we spend a week doing this, and you see the same hangups. You see the same problems all the time. This guy's a gambler. This guy's risk averse. This guy is neurotic. The neuroticism. We've got a great inventory that your traders can take. It's free. They can just go take it and talk to you about their results. It's on our site. It's just traderinsight.com and then /MTRI, so Man's Trader Readiness Inventory. We're both psychologists. We developed this thing to go through and figure out, where's your hang up most likely going to be. And I will tell you, we make everybody who goes through this boot camp thing do this. We've had everything from people say, this is exactly what I expected. I know, I gamble, or I know I hesitate, or I know. And we've had everything from people who got what they expected, to people who will call us and say, I need a hug. This is really blowing my mind, because, I thought I'm so organized, and I thought, that I was just cut out exactly for this. And I see that I've got a lot of work to do. And trading is this horrible mirror of, whatever your deficiency is, whatever about your personality is a hang up, is what it's going to amplify. When you look in that mirror of trading, what you see is the guy who's likely to be the revenge trader, the guy who's likely, this stuff's been around. So even on, when we were the Wall Street days, when we're back there 20 years ago, 30 years ago, and we're talking to people about, talking to brokers about, how many of the intraday traders you're working with, or we were doing like risk management models for some prop trading firms back there at the time. And, how many of the guys are taking home losing positions? Because back then the big thing was, I wouldn't mind owning that stock, so I'm just going to stick it in my retirement account. And the broker looked at us and laughed, and he says, "Yeah, we call those portfolios." And when it's so prevalent that there's a name for it, right? That people are falling into this trap over and over again, and it's a shame, because it's the statistic you hear that 90% of people who are doing this fail is one of those, like, how do you lie with statistics kind of things, because nobody has to fail.
Right.
It's just the 10% who don't fail understand themselves well enough to not get into trouble, to get themselves out of positions that are going against them. They're not going to blow out an account, because they're not going to stay with something because they want to be right. Americans especially, we've got this fascination with being right or wrong, and I'll get traders who apply to go to the boot camp with us, and when I talk to them, we're vetting these people to see are they a good fit, because I want to keep I want the statistic to stay. Most of my guys are full-time professional traders, that they've been through this thing, and they didn't waste their time or our time. They're actually doing it. You get guys who say things like, "Man, you know what? I'm gonna be great at this because I know how to get the ball across the goal line."
Right.
And then my reaction is always, that this like whole sports analogy thing is great. When it's baseball, it's great because it's a statistical thing. You're going to swing and miss, and every time you get up to the plate, it's got to be a new journey. If you think about the time you struck out, you're going to strike out again. If you think about the time you knocked the cover off the ball, you're probably going to break. That's a different analogy than I'm going to be able to go and win because I know how to win. Like, this winning is good, losing is bad thing is not great for traders. Yeah. I really try to focus people on a win is, did you follow your trading plan?
Right.
Doesn't matter if you made money or lost money. You'll make, if your trading plan is solid, if you've tested this thing, if you've got something in place that works, if you follow the rules over time, you're gonna make money. But if you don't follow the rules, if you're sitting in front of the screen and, I've seen this before, I'm getting out. Or the next trade comes along and you know what, I'm gonna cut my share size way down because I lost on that last one, I'm gonna lose again. And then, oh my God, here it goes straight to the profit target, straight to the target. See, and then you get into this whole like psychological defeat thing where real quickly, the people who don't thrive in this business, very, very quickly, they've become sort of passive psychological failures. They can't deal with the emotion that goes with it. And the way to deal with the emotion is just take all the emotion out of it. Yeah. You got to be a robot. You have to just know what you're going to do before you do it, execute the trades the way they're supposed to be. If at the end of the thing you didn't make money, it's not because of something you did, it's because there's something wrong with the system. You tweak the system, you work with the system until it's profitable. And what you have to focus on with yourself is, I've got to do what I said I was going to do.
Right. I say that, got to get this. Another thing, like I just love this. This is so awesome. We always talk about the traders. I know they're listening right now, and they're also saying how much they love this. Robotic. I say you got to get to that robotic state of mind. Like if I'm going to the bathroom, I can go to the bathroom and still be thinking about doing other stuff. If I'm going to get water, I don't go, where's the ice at? And I go grab the cup, I get the ice, I get the water. It's systematic. It's programmed to where you can just day in, day out and be that way and be robotic. So.
You're listening to Brain FM. We mix neuroscience and music to guide your brain into peak mental states. This is a focus track, clinically proven when compared to normal focus music. It works best with headphones, so grab a pair, settle in, and get ready for the most productive 30 minutes of your day. For unlimited listening, head over to brain.fm or follow the link in the description below.
TX. Bye.